Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Good evening. We begin tonight with several breaking stories as we come on the air. Just moments ago, the Pentagon reporting an American refueling aircraft has gone down in Iraq. The rescue effort now underway. Also, the deadly shooting on an American campus now being investigated tonight as a possible terror attack. ROTC students and a teacher targeted what the gunman allegedly asked in that classroom. But we begin tonight here with the horrific scene unfolding at one of the largest synagogues in the U.S. Authorities say a driver rammed his truck through the barricades and smashed through the front door of Temple Israel just outside Detroit. Smoke could be seen coming from the building. Sources telling ABC News the driver was armed with a rifle. The Oakland County Sheriff says armed security opened fire, the suspect's truck bursting into flames. 140 children among those inside at a preschool, the race to get the children out. The attacker is dead. Tonight, investigators are now trying to determine a possible motive. ABC's Alex Perez leading us off. He's on the ground in Michigan tonight.
Tonight, terror in Michigan, smoke pouring from the roof of one of the nation's largest synagogues after an armed man in a truck steered around the security barricades and plowed right through the front doors. It happened just after noon. Police racing to Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, the nation's largest Reformed Jewish congregation and home to a preschool, 140 little kids inside when the chaos unfolded. The truck slamming through a set of doors and driving straight down the hall.
He breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
Dustin Shaw was working in the synagogue when he heard the crash.
I saw someone lying on the ground, and that person happened to be one of the head of security who got hit by the car. And then after that, I heard gunshots, bang, 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 bang. And I believe it was obviously one of our security officers.
Police say the synagogue's security guards fired on the truck, which burst into flames. Thick smoke streaming from the building past a playground just outside. Reporter Jolie Sherman from our local station WXYZ on the scene.
Just this massive, massive police presence here in West Bloomfield. On my way here, there were just dozens of police vehicles from various law enforcement agencies.
Police wearing gas masks, finding the driver dead in the burning truck. Sources tell us he was armed with a rifle. Amid all the smoke and sirens, authorities wondering, did he act alone or was someone else involved? The community going into lockdown, neighbors told to shelter in place, but at the synagogue, a scene of panic. Rabbi Jennifer Kaluzny witnessing car upon car of frantic parents.
We started comforting parents who were running from all directions trying to get their children. And some of them were obviously panicking to the point that it's a good thing someone was there waiting for them to literally hold up. And the cars just kept coming.
Then, roughly 2 hours after the chaos unfolded, the welcomed news. The danger had passed, and everyone inside the synagogue had been accounted for.
No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever.
Finally, parents able to collect their children, pushing babies in strollers, one toddler swaddled in a sleep sack.
My God, I never thought I'd be standing here looking at my temple surrounded by SWAT and FBI and going out into the parking lot and grabbing babies to bring them to their parents. Never.
And David, authorities have not yet identified the attacker, and they're still working to pinpoint an exact motive. A security guard was knocked unconscious, but he is expected to be okay. About 30 first responders were treated at area hospitals. Authorities hailing all of those people tonight as heroes. David?
After a terrifying scene there, Alex Perez in Michigan for us. Thank you. Also breaking tonight, the deadly shooting on campus at Old Dominion University in Virginia. Tonight, authorities are now investigating the shooting as a possible terror attack. Sources say the gunman walked into a classroom, asked if it was an ROTC class, and then opened fire. Authorities say the gunman has ties to ISIS. Here's Pierre Thomas.
Showing up to ODU, 20 cop cars just went by.
Tonight, terror on the campus of Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, with members of the school's ROTC program targeted by a suspect with ties to ISIS.
Active shooter on the ODU campus. You got cops running across. The entire police force of Norfolk is here.
It was just before 11 a.m. Police swarming the campus moments after a gunman opened fire in a classroom.
All of a sudden we heard a commotion, a lot of people rumbling, starting to get up. We started running, and that's when we heard gunshots.
The suspect has been identified by the FBI as 36-year-old Mohammed Jallow, a former member of the Virginia National Guard. Sources tell ABC News he calmly walked into the classroom, asked if it was an ROTC class, and then shot the instructor several times, and 2 students who were wounded. The instructor later died.
We have confirmed reports that prior to him conducting this act of terrorism, he shouted, stated Allah Akbar.
And all of a sudden I hear like just a bunch of bodies hitting each other, like this loud altercation. And there's just like a person in a tan coat curled up on the ground with their backpack on in front of the Starbucks, just laying there.
Tonight, FBI Director Kash Patel posting, the shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued him.
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
Jallow was convicted in 2016 of attempting to provide material support to ISIS for trying to acquire weapons for an attack on U.S. soil. He served 8 years of an 11-year prison sentence and was released in 2024. David, Jallow was under a 5-year supervised release in which he was to check in with his probation officer regularly. And he was also subject to having his internet activity reviewed. But tonight, so many questions, including how a convicted felon got a gun and whether he had recently been under surveillance. David?
Yeah, major questions moving forward here, Pierre. Thank you. All of this leading to a heightened level of alert in this country. Let's get right to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, tonight. Aaron?
From the moment the U.S. launched missiles on Iran, David, we've been hearing concerns from law enforcement officials about possible violence here at home. And the response to the incidents today, those images just say it all. The massive police response to the vehicle ramming at the synagogue in Michigan and police swarming the campus of Old Dominion University. Before that, 2 teens charged with bringing homemade bombs to the mayor's residence here in New York City, and a mass shooting targeting a bar in Austin, Texas. And David, we reported here 24 hours ago, the FBI quietly sent an alert in recent days about Iran's potential aspirations to retaliate with attack drones at unspecified targets in California. The FBI going public with that alert today, clarifying that the intelligence underpinning it was unverified. Still, California Governor Newsom and police in the state took it seriously. And tonight, police across the country are stepping up patrols, particularly outside synagogues and other locations that are tied to the Jewish community. David?
Aaron Katersky back with us tonight. Aaron, thank you. Now to the war in Iran. Just moments ago, the Pentagon reporting a U.S. refueling aircraft has gone down in Iraq. The rescue effort now underway tonight. And it comes as Iran escalates attacks on oil tankers and oil facilities. And this evening, the first public statement claiming to be from the new supreme leader, what he's vowing Iran will do as oil and gas prices surge. Ian Pannell from the region again tonight for us.
Tonight, the urgent rescue underway after a military refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq. The Pentagon says 2 KC-135 refueling tankers were involved, one going down, the second landing safely. That plane would have had a minimum of 3 crew members on board, and there are no ejection seats. Officials say this wasn't due to hostile or friendly fire. The investigation ongoing. It comes as Iran's new supreme leader with a message, making it clear they'll keep targeting the world's oil supply. These oil tankers coming under attack off the coast of Iraq. Explosions and flames lighting up the night sky. Iran releasing dramatic new video showing the moment the oil tanker in the port of Basra, Iraq was hit. The crew jumping ship to escape the inferno. Video circulating online, at least 1 person killed. And tonight, in his first public comments as Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who took power after his father was assassinated, declaring war on the global oil supply, vowing that Iran will keep blocking the critical Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil passes through. The new supreme leader, who Israeli sources say suffered leg and facial injuries in an attack on the first day of the war, still hasn't been seen since he was named the new leader. Tonight, Iranian state TV reading a statement. It says it's from Khamenei. vowing to continue the effective and punishing defense, adding, blocking the Strait of Hormuz must certainly continue to be used. Iran attacking at least 6 ships and multiple oil facilities across the region in just the last 24 hours. In Oman, you can see the Iranian drone in midair and the nosedive into an oil tank in online video. Our James Longman in Erbil, Iraq, amid an incoming drone strike.
And that's another drone attack right over Erbil. We should hear it any minute. In just the last few minutes, we've seen at least 3 of those come overhead here. That's missile interceptors taking drones out of the sky.
And tonight, global oil prices surging again, topping more than $100 per barrel today, with gas prices in the US up nearly 70 cents a gallon since the start of the war. Prices rising after President Trump said today stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is of far greater interest and importance to me as president than oil prices. Tonight, with oil prices surging, the president looking to ease concern at home. Overnight in Kentucky, the president declaring this about the war in Iran.
We've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
And late today, the president saying this.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
The president suggested the U.S. Navy will escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary. And he's urged crews on tankers to have some guts to push through the Strait of Hormuz despite the obvious dangers. Tonight, Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying the U.S. naval escorts likely won't happen until at least the end of this month.
It can't happen now. We're simply not ready. All of our military assets right now are focused on destroying Iran's offensive capabilities and the manufacturing industry that supplies their offensive capabilities.
Tonight, the U.S. unleashing a massive aerial assault on Iran, destroying warplanes. Iran saying the death toll soaring above 1,000. David, CENTCOM stressing this aircraft didn't go down because of hostile fire or friendly fire, but an urgent investigation now underway. David?
Ian Pennell from Tel Aviv for us again tonight. Ian, thank you. The other news this evening, we're tracking back-to-back winter storms sweeping into the Northeast. That warm-up didn't last long. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Lee Goldberg from WABC. Hi, Lee.
Hey, David. 82, a record high in Newark, New Jersey yesterday. 30s and light snow today. About an inch of snow in the D.C. area. That snow is now exiting the area. A new winter storm from the Rockies to the northern plains. High winds in Colorado all the way to western New York. Fire danger in the plains and blizzard conditions in the upper Midwest. Let's time it. The snow's heavy from Minnesota to Green Bay tonight. Whiteout conditions possible into tomorrow on the Great Lakes. Gusts past 50. The snow reaches western New York and New England tomorrow afternoon and evening. Up to a foot of snow in spots. We'll have another storm on Sunday that could bring more heavy snow and a round of severe weather. That severe weather could reach the I-95 corridor on Monday. David?
Lee Goldberg, winter not giving up easily. Thank you. Next tonight here, the urgent search for a missing retired Air Force Major General in New Mexico. His family says he disappeared nearly 2 weeks ago now. Here's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, the urgent search after the mysterious disappearance of a retired Major General who once commanded the Air Force Research Laboratory overseeing cutting-edge technology. Authorities say 68-year-old William McCaslin left his New Mexico home nearly 2 weeks ago and hasn't been seen since. Authorities say McCaslin likely left on foot, leaving his cell phone behind. They're concerned for his safety because of unspecified medical issues. Late today, authorities released this photo of McCaslin saying he may have been wearing the same green shirt when he vanished. They say his hiking boots, wallet, and a revolver with a leather holster were also missing from the home. Over the weekend, search and rescue teams, along with the FBI, returned to trails McCaslin hiked near his home. They say a shirt was found there, but it's not clear whether it belonged to him. Before his retirement in 2013, Major General McCaslin held some of the most sensitive positions in the military, working on space research and reconnaissance. And he later worked briefly as an unpaid consultant for a group researching UFOs.
David, police say so far there's no signs of foul play. They are asking for the public's help to try to find him. David?
Trevor Ault with us tonight here. Trevor, thank you. When we come back, remembering a longtime beloved news anchor with deep roots in New York City. Also ahead, chaos on board a passenger jet, an unruly passenger in a confrontation with an off-duty officer, and you'll see it right here. An SUV appearing airborne over this busy intersection, the remarkable scene. And stay tuned, the goal of a lifetime tonight for a high school hockey hero, the game-winning goal after unimaginable tragedy. Will Reeve is here with that story. Don't go away tonight.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Government has been told it will pay a price if it does not confront Hezbollah. The Lebanese government in a difficult position. It has taken what has been described really as unprecedented decisions against Hezbollah, outlawing its military wing, and the Lebanese government reaffirming that it is committed to reclaiming state sovereignty. But the prime minister has said that they cannot enforce these measures at a time of war, during wartime. But it seems that the army, the Lebanese army, has been treading carefully. The army chief has come under some criticism for taking a conciliatory approach toward Hezbollah and focusing instead on, quote, national unity. That's the word he has been used, the words he's been using time and time again, the need for national unity, because the army chief is concerned that taking on Hezbollah or confronting Hezbollah could split the army along sectarian lines and cause internal divisions. So very dangerous times for Lebanon. The international community, and particularly the United States, clearly not happy with the way the Lebanese government has dealt with Hezbollah. The government has appealed to the U.S. to intervene to stop these attacks. The Trump administration remaining silent, with the White House saying that they support, quote, Israel's right to self-defense as it continues to face threats. So these attacks are expected to continue to escalate as more pressure is being piled on the government to act against Hezbollah, all the while Israel threatening to expand its scope of operations, its military operations in Lebanon. Zana Khader, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Lebanon's interior minister said that national unity is key to pulling through the crisis.
We've discussed many measures that must be applied to make sure people are safe and secure. We do everything within the law, and we have a lot of intelligence information. And time and again, we rely on the responsibility of the Lebanese people, because our national unity must always be in our minds, and we depend a lot on this. The unity of the people is important to get rid of troubles and to begin any progress.
Zaina Khader is live for us now in Baghdad near Beirut. I understand also, as well as what we've been talking about with regard to southern Beirut, there have also been attacks in the south of Lebanon. Tell us more about those.
Well, yet more warnings and threats coming from Israel. The defense minister saying that these attacks are just the beginning. Again, warning the Lebanese government and the state to take action against Hezbollah. And what appears to be happening in the south of the country is that the Israeli military is preparing for what could be a major military operation in the south of the country. In recent days, they have sent reinforcements to the border. Their troops are operating in southern Lebanon. There have been ground incursions. They are gradually advancing. There's still no independent confirmation that they've actually set up positions. Hezbollah continuing to launch attacks against Israeli troops in southern Lebanon and firing rockets across the border. But yesterday and today, what we are seeing is the Israeli army targeting bridges. What they're trying to do is cut supply lines across southern Lebanon. They say these bridges are being used by Hezbollah for military purposes, but this is also civilian infrastructure. And for the civilians who are left in the area south of the Litani, it's going to make it very difficult for them to leave. So the Israeli military preparing the ground for what could be a broad invasion. It's still not clear if they intend plan to do that, but the Israeli military has been discussing the possibility of expanding their presence in southern Lebanon. We saw the same military strategy back in 2026 when Israel cut supply lines, divided South Lebanon into different sectors, tried to prevent Hezbollah from bringing weapons, supplies, fighters to the front lines in southern Lebanon. So it's not just the airstrikes. There's also the possibility of, a ground invasion, if you like, in southern Lebanon.
Zaina, thank you very much indeed. Just very briefly, I just checked that Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, I understand, is supposed to be speaking from Beirut just in the coming hours or so. Do we know what is likely to be said at that?
Well, at the end of the day, the United Nations has been calling for an end to the hostilities, telling both sides there is a need to hold political negotiations. The UN representative in Lebanon a few days ago said, there's no other choice because the situation is going to get worse. The Lebanese government has offered direct negotiations with Israel, something that they've refused to do for months now, despite coming under a lot of pressure. But the response from Israel and the United States is really one of silence. And we heard Israeli officials say there is no end to this war unless Hezbollah disarms. So it's not really clear how much, what the UN Secretary General can do. And UN agencies in the country are struggling to provide the necessary support and aid to the hundreds of thousands of people who really need support. People have left their homes. They've also left their livelihoods, their businesses. Antonio Guterres might be talking about UN Resolution 1701, calling for its full implementation. That resolution calls for an end to hostilities, for Hezbollah to pull back from the border, for the disarmament of all non-state actors. But definitely the response from the Israeli government will be that they believe that Hezbollah and the Lebanese state did not fulfill their commitment to implement this resolution because Hezbollah remains armed. But the Lebanese government's argument, and the argument of Hezbollah, is that Israel also violated that ceasefire by continuing to target Hezbollah over the past 2 years, despite that ceasefire, and for continue to holding territory inside Lebanon. Israel occupies 10 square kilometers of territory within Lebanon, despite that ceasefire. So we are probably going to hear the UN Secretary General call for an end to hostilities, warn about the dire humanitarian situation, but really there's not much he can do.
Zaina Khader talking to us there from London near Beirut. Zaina, thank you very much indeed. Well, for more on this, we're going to bring in our guests. In the studio, we're joined by Mohammed Al-Masri. He's a professor of media studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And from Tehran, we've got Abbas Aslani, senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. And a warm welcome to both of you. Mohammed, I want to start with you. Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. In the event that Iran decides that it's not only going to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it's actually going to seize control of it, it's going to operate it entirely on its own. What does that mean for Donald Trump's decision-making when it comes to when and how to stop the war?
First, I just wanted to say something about Zaina's report. I think it's really good as a media scholar that Al Jazeera is covering what's going on in Lebanon. It's not getting much play in the United States. About 700 civilians have been killed, give or take, in Lebanon in the last 2 weeks. That's about the same number of civilians that were killed in Israel on October 7th. And obviously there was quite an uproar over that. And I would say rightly so. Now, as for the Strait of Hormuz, this is definitely putting a lot of pressure on Donald Trump, combined with what you just reported on, with the deaths of at least 4 additional American service people. These are the kinds of things that put stress on the American presidency. There's been about a 20% increase in gas prices in the United States. That's significant for only 2 weeks, and that number figures to increase the longer this goes on. And what I think has not gotten enough attention is the fact that there's usually always really a ripple effect on prices of consumer goods. So there will be inflation across the board. It doesn't start yet, and that will take time. But transport costs increase for retailers, and those cost increases will be passed on to the American consumer. This is very important to Donald Trump. as are obviously the deaths of American service people. This is not a popular war, as we've been discussing for the last couple of weeks. This is the most unpopular war in the history of wars and American warfare at the start of a war. Right? Donald Trump is really working uphill, and this is an election year. It's the midterm election year, so Donald Trump undoubtedly is monitoring all of this closely. Now, when he pulls out, that's anybody's best guess at this point.
Abbas Aslani, let's just come back to what Mohammed was referring to there, the Israeli attacks in Lebanon to start with. Now, we've seen combined attacks initially a couple of days ago between Hezbollah and Iran, or at least the attacks were happening simultaneously. We've seen something similar happening over the last 24 hours. Are you aware in Iran whether or not there is sort of a cohesion, if you like, between Hezbollah and Iran, or is it a coincidence, essentially, that these attacks are happening at the same time in Israel?
Rob, Iran and other fronts of the resistance are somehow synchronizing their operations against the U.S. assets as well as Israeli ones. So we are seeing that, simultaneously, this multi-front pressure campaign is happening in the military field. And sometimes, some operations have been also coming as a surprise to the Israeli side. And also in the Iraqi sphere, we are also seeing that some groups in Iraq are also targeting American assets in the country or in the region. So in order to put further pressure on the US and Israel, there is a kind of synchronization between different fronts in order to somehow maximize the level of that pressure.
Let's talk about, Abbas, the Strait of Hormuz. The fact that there seems to be a far more significant focus now on the shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's determination that it will not happen and the targeting of ships that we've seen. Is this focus on the world's economy, on influencing the world economy, part of the conflict that Iran sees that it's carrying out at the moment, part of that wider conflict? Or is it actually a refocusing? Are we seeing Iran's focus shifting to influencing the economy of the world?
The war that Iran is fighting, Rob, is not just in the military battle, but also it's a multi-layered one. It includes also geopolitical and economic sphere as well. Iran wants to somehow, thinks that some elements can impact the calculus in Washington. One is the fatalities of the U.S. military forces in the region. And the second is the economic cost in terms of oil prices or global energy market. So that's why we're saying that Iran has been closing the Strait of Hormuz. Even occasional disruptions in the strait could create problems for this global energy market. But if the war goes on and if the conflict expands, I think it can go beyond the Strait of Hormuz, and places like Bab el-Mandab or Suez Canal can be also places Iran or its allies can also create disruptions or target some vessels crossing those areas, those vital waterways. And this can also have much bigger consequences in the longer run for the global energy market. And this is something I think Iran has kept yet, in its hands. And if the conflict grows and expands, I think this could be one of the fronts that can be also initiated and unfold.
Mohammed, obviously, since this conflict was started, there's been a lot of discussion about what the end game is for both Israel and the US. Are we getting more evidence, what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days, that the Israel and the US are actually working to different timelines, not just in terms of the end game, but the actual length that they want to have with this conflict? And how difficult is it going to make for Donald Trump, particularly, to try and find a way out of this if Israel is pushing ahead for a longer game?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump can pull out whenever he wants. I mean, the U.S. is the stronger party. Although following American foreign policy, you wouldn't always get that sense. It does feel as though Israel exerts inordinate influence over the American president, especially this president. I've been saying for 2 weeks now that I think Benjamin Netanyahu is the one who sort of pushed Donald Trump into this war. I think Netanyahu likely convinced Trump that this would be an easy victory and that it would be a quick victory. This is why Trump was talking in the very early days about, this would be a quick kind of in and out sort of operation. He's had to kind of change his tune a bit. This has been much more difficult than the Americans, and I think also the Israelis have understood or anticipated. I think they fully expected that the Iranians would rise up and overthrow their government. Israel had been kind of fomenting dissent and protests over the past couple of months to prepare for this. So I think there's a lot of surprise, I think, in Washington and also in Israel. But at some point, my guess is that at some point this is going to be too costly, politically, economically, and otherwise for the United States to continue, and they're going to have to kind of just take the loss. They'll declare victory, but it will be a kind of defeat for the Americans. What Israel does at that point would remain to be seen, but it would be difficult for them to go at this alone.
Mohammed Al-Masri, Abbas Aslani, we appreciate you joining us, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Now, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. U.S. Central Command has confirmed that 4 of the 6 soldiers on board the plane that crashed in Iraq have been killed. The military refueling aircraft was taking part in strikes on neighboring Iran. An Iraqi armed group backed by Iran says it attacked the KC-135 plane.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
Hostile or friendly fire.
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Israel had issued forced evacuation orders.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Wow. In Tehran. Iranian media is reporting at least 1 woman was killed in the strikes. Thousands of people are marking the event across the country. It's an annual show of support for
wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
More than 50 people were evacuated for medical treatment after missiles hit homes in Sarasir. It's a village near Nazareth. The Israeli army said Iran launched 2 waves of strikes over a half-hour period. And Israel has launched a new round of airstrikes on the Lebanese capital, targeting several areas, including residential neighborhoods. One strike hit a building in the densely populated Burj Hamud district. The Turkish Defense Ministry says a 3rd missile fired from Iran has been intercepted by NATO air defenses. Warnings were issued on Friday at Incirlik Air Base, where U.S. and NATO troops are stationed. Turkey says at least 3 Iranian missiles have been fired into its airspace in the past 2 weeks, though Iran has denied those accusations. Turkey is
Mediterranean. And these missiles, the 3rd missile, including the 3rd missile, they are intercepted in the atmosphere before they reach to the airspace. And in the visuals that we saw on social media today, those were the burning fragments of the missile in the Turkish airspace. For the Turkish Foreign Ministry, this is something understandable as long as these missiles are stray or they don't target Turkey. However, if it continues, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said yesterday, we warn the parties, and he mentioned that Turkey is ready for any scenario regarding how the war is going to unfold. And this is the situation. Turkey is trying to maintain its friendly and neighborly position, as Ankara and Tehran have very strong ties. As long as these missiles are not directly targeting Turkey, but against any kind of threat, Turkey enhanced its military position. Turkey deployed F-16s and air missile defense systems to northern Cyprus. A Patriot system from Germany were deployed to Malatya base in eastern Turkey. And of course, Turkey is definitely doing its best with its own air defense systems, along with the NATO defense systems, protecting Ankara and Turkey, a NATO ally. Back to you.
Sinem, obviously, in most of our programs, we've been talking about Iran's control or attempts to control the Strait of Hormuz and the impact that's having on the global economy. I understand Turkey's transport minister has been speaking today, certainly in the last few hours, saying that one of the 15 Turkey ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been allowed to pass. What more can you tell us about that?
We are mostly reporting about the missiles, defense systems, etc. But of course, there is another fight going on the world trade, the global supply chain, especially after Iran threatened to close the Hormuz Strait. And Turkey has vessels exporting, importing from other parts of the world. This morning, Turkish Transportation Minister Abdülkadir Uraloğlu was delivering a press conference, and he was asked questions about the regional developments as well. And as you have mentioned, Uraloğlu stated that there were 15 Turkish vessels stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. One of those vessels, since it used the Iranian ports after consultations with the Iranian related bodies, Iran allowed this vessel cross the Hormuz Strait. And Uraloğlu, the Turkish transport minister, mentioned that for the other 14 vessels, everything seems to be safe and good for now, but they are waiting in the Gulf. Back to you.
Sinem, thank you very much indeed. Sinem Kosoğlu there talking to us from Istanbul. Well, the US will temporarily allow countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. The Treasury Department says the 30-day reprieve is going to apply only to vessels which are already loaded. The move is the latest attempt by the Trump administration to stabilize energy markets. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, and it's crucial to the transport of oil and gas from the Gulf. On Thursday, the U.S. announced the release of 172 million barrels of oil from a strategic reserve. European leaders have raised concerns about the purchase of Russian oil due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Well, in a moment, we're going to speak to Nicholas Hack in Brussels about the EU's reaction. First, Yulia Shapovalova is joining us now from Moscow. There seem to be significant restrictions that the U.S. is putting on freeing up these vessels. It's going to only last for about 30 days, and it applies only to vessels which are already loaded. How is Moscow reacting to this?
Well, actually, we're hearing quite positive comments from the Russian side. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has just said that the U.S. actions to ease sanctions against Russia and Russian oil are an attempt to stabilize energy markets, and that without significant volumes of Russian oil, any stabilization on the energy markets, kind of impossible. But what we see now is a minor development, of course, and it won't bring any significant change for Russia and its oil exports. On the other hand, it's a significant step forward in reversing the trend from strengthening sanctions against Russia to weakening them. And Russia is obviously welcoming the move. The increase in oil exports, of course, will help Russia ease its domestic financial burden and bring more revenue to help curb its budget deficit. Also, according to Russian President's envoy Kirill Dmitriev, the global market cannot remain stable without Russia's oil supplies. And we can see that a number of world countries indeed need Russia's oil supplies. Just recently, Bangladesh asked the US to allow it to purchase oil from Russia because its government wants to buy Russian oil due to supply shortages and a sharp rise in prices, which is hitting its economy. And earlier this month, on March the 5th, to be precise, the US also allowed India to purchase Russian oil, the oil which had already been loaded into tankers. The US issued a 30-day permit for India to buy Russian oil. But basically, despite all that, the US says it's not going to generally completely ease the sanctions pressure on Russia. And this latest decision is just a short-term measure, and it will not bring significant financial benefits to the Russian government.
Giving us the view from Moscow there, Yulia Shapovalova. Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Brussels. Nicholas Hack is joining us live from there. It wasn't long ago that European nations were talking about more sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine, defending Ukraine against Russia. Is this a head-spinning moment for European leaders?
Oh, Rob, definitely a head-spinning moment, a stab in the back for many diplomats here who have said that using Russian oil is a no-go. I mean, we've just heard from Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who's on a visit in Norway, saying that easing sanctions now, for whatever reason, is wrong. There is no interest in further filling Putin's war chest. And so there is a sense that, as Antonio Costa, the EU Council President, said a few days ago, the only winner of this war is not the United States, Israel, or Iran, but Russia, who's trying to find a way to win from the current situation. Now, there's going to be an EU Council meeting in a week's time where there's going to be further discussions in a way for the EU to talk, or for the EU leaders to speak at one. But what's interesting here is what the EU top diplomat said to the Financial Times, Kyla, saying that it seems that Trump is trying to divide the European Union using tactics echoed from the enemies, like using tariffs, mulling the idea of annexing Greenland, and leveraging EU's dependence on the United States on security and defense. So there's a sense for Europeans that both the threat comes from Russia, but also from its partner, the United States. And so the main challenge for the Europeans is to find a way to be both independent, sovereign on an economic and a security front, less dependent both on the United States, on Russian oil, and trying to mitigate the impacts of this war. Now, there was in Washington a document stating the policy of the United States, and they clearly see the EU as a threat. We've seen in this document that they're trying to cultivate resistance and that they need to calibrate the United States military support. They accuse the EU of censoring free speech, and so they really see the EU as a problem as it stands right now. So this is a problem for Europeans to deal with the United States, and it comes at a time where the EU is going to renegotiate a trade deal with the United States, and that's going to be up for vote at the European Parliament in a few weeks' time. Rob?
Nicholas Hack talking to us there from Brussels. Nicholas, thank you very much indeed. I want to bring in Patrick Cayley. He's the head of Fossil Fuel Investigations, Global Witness. He's joining us live from London. Very good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Just in terms of something that we keep coming back to, we've been talking about it over the last 24 hours, is this issue of countries around the world who are releasing oil from their strategic reserves. The US is one of those countries doing that. This is, if I understand it correctly, essentially a one-shot deal. You do it once, but you can't do it again because the supplies aren't there to replace what you release into the system. Can you just give us your impression of what the impact is likely to be of this strategic release?
So the IEA's agreed, the International Energy Agency has agreed its country members will release 400 million barrels total. To put that in context, that is 3 weeks worth of oil that flows through the Strait of Hormuz. And it is a one-off deal, basically. This is an attempt to calm panic in the market, and we have seen a limited effect in terms of crude prices. But the longer this war goes on, the longer this blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz, policymakers run out of levers to pull. There are limits to national amounts of reserves that can be freed up. For example, you can only in the US go below a certain number of millions of barrels before you have to get Senate and Congress approval. There are some measures that you could take on the markets, for example, shorter futures, which would incentivize, in theory, oil producers to get their oil moving. But unfortunately, they will run up against a mutable thing, which is physics. The Strait continues to be blockaded. 20 million barrels are not flowing through. And even if this was lifted tomorrow, there is entropy in the system. If major producers such as Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE have paused production, partly because some of their facilities have been hit, partly because their storage facilities are already full, so they can't physically put more oil and gas into them. Even if they were to start tomorrow, it takes several weeks to get things back online. So this shock in the market is going to be sustained. It's acute currently, but I strongly advise that it's going to be chronic.
I want to ask you about the environmental impact on this and the impact on people's lives, because we're also, of course, seeing tankers in the Strait and in the Gulf being attacked. These are very often carrying oil, gas in some occasions. We've seen gas installations being targeted as well. What is the impact, do you think, further down the line for the environment and for people's lives?
So, probably needless to say, conflict is always bad for everyone involved, but it's always especially bad for the environment. Militaries globally are responsible for about 6% of emissions. If all the world's armies were a country, they would rank between India and Russia in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. The US, being the most powerful military in the world, is necessarily also the most destructive and therefore the most environmentally damaging. There was a report released on Wednesday that showed during the 2 years of Israel's attack on Gaza, the equivalent of a year's worth of all the car emissions in the world were produced. So there is the climate impact. There's obviously an environmental impact in terms of, we've seen oil storage facilities. Probably everyone will have seen the appalling footage out of Tehran where there are billowing smokestacks, acid rain, oil in some cases literally falling from the sky. And we know that any large-scale oil or gas leak has catastrophic impacts to the local ecology and to people's health, basically. It's an air pollution disaster. And these are all things that are going to continue to compound as long as this conflict goes on. In terms of the waterbound losses of oil, I shudder to think this is one of the world's busiest shipping lanes, but it also links to significant, very important sort of ecological marine life areas. And we're not going to know for a while, but essentially this is ecocide, and we're not just talking about the immediate environmental damage of the conflict. Remember, every time you bomb a building, that needs rebuilding, and concrete requires emissions. It requires energy, and therefore there are emissions. So it's more than the immediate impact.
Patrick Gailey, Head of Fossil Fuel Investigations at Global Witness. We appreciate you breaking that down for us. Clearly a very complex situation. Thank you very much indeed. Asian stock markets have continued to tumble. That's as the war in Iran and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz drive up oil prices. Several governments are being forced to implement measures in an effort to curb the fallout. Jack Barton has more from the South Korean capital, Seoul.
Asian stock markets are now in a familiar pattern since the crisis began, with incremental losses every day, particularly in economies like Taiwan, South Korea and Japan, which have exports at the backbone of the economy and are heavily reliant on imports of resources, particularly energy for transport, but of course for petrochemicals to make all of those products. South Korea has initiated a series of interventions, with the president rolling out a price cap today for refiners, though so far no price cap on fuel at the pump at the service stations, though the president's saying officials will be keeping an eye out for profiteering. He's also released more than 22 million barrels of reserves to help ease the burden of the refiners. That's coming from the government stockpile. More controversially, he is also rolling out a stabilization fund for the stock market. Controversial amongst market analysts because they say there's already too much government money in the market. It is scaring off investors, and adding more money is just going to create more nerves within the market, not ease them. However, polls repeatedly show that the majority of South Koreans approve of what the president is doing. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Going to come across to Katrina Hughes, joining us now from Beijing. Chinese Foreign Ministry has been briefing the media, I understand. China is a major ally of Iran. It imports a lot of its oil, but I understand they're now going to donate $200,000 worth of humanitarian aid to the families of the students who were killed in the missile strike on a school in Minab in Iran on day one of the war. What are we making of that?
That's right. Well, from the beginning, China has been one of the biggest critics of the U.S. and Israel's attacks on Iran. We've now heard from China's foreign ministry criticizing, again, actions in Iran, saying it's condemned all indiscriminate attacks on civilians and non-military targets in this war, and it sends its condolences to the families of all the children who lost their lives in that attack when that school was bombed. The foreign minister's spokesperson used quite strong language, saying that this act crosses the bottom line of human morality. And as you mentioned, China has confirmed that the Chinese Red Cross will provide $200,000 to the Iranian Red Crescent, and that money will specifically go towards the families of those children who lost their lives. And Beijing says that it will continue to provide humanitarian support to the Iranian government as needed. So I think China continuing to keep up its positive relationship with Iran, showing that it's not just Iran's top trading partner or purchaser of oil. It is also politically supporting Iran in this war. And also we had comments from China's foreign ministry that it's continuing to push for an immediate ceasefire, de-escalation. And we know Beijing's special envoy to the Gulf region, Jai Jun, is currently there pushing for this message and also trying to find a way to make sure that energy infrastructure stays out of the crossfire.
Katrina, you joining us there from Beijing, bringing us up to speed from there. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just getting some pictures showing one of the rallies that is taking place in Iran. These are rallies that to mark Al-Quds Day in Tehran on Friday, the last Friday of Ramadan. There have been multiple explosions, we understand, along the route of a large march. This is Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has been joining people out on the streets to mark Al-Quds Day. It is also an annual show of support for the Palestinian people. We understand that the US and Israel have been carrying out attacks in cities across Iran. We have heard reports, and we are still checking them out, that one woman may have been killed as a result of those attacks. We're going to get more information that will bring it to you as soon as we have it.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Israel has continued to carry out attacks.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters. Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news
we returned and
where
found
your voice
everything
matters.
destroyed. We have no tents, nothing. Our lives are destroyed. They destroyed us in Shujaiya and our house was gone. We left only with the clothes we had on. We did not grab any clothes. Here now it's the same thing. We have no clothes and nothing left. No food or drinks. Even our children, they're all young.
Ukraine has struck one of the largest crude oil hubs in Russia. A large fire has broken out at the Tikhoresk oil depot located in the south of the country. Russian officials say that fire has now been extinguished. The hub is a major oil transshipment and pumping station. They're supplying Russia's southern regions and Black Sea exports. The Afghan government's accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes in overnight airstrikes. A spokesman says military aircraft have bombed Kabul and the southern province of Kandahar, killing women and children. It's the latest flare-up in months of hostilities between the neighbors. Pakistan says Afghanistan supports armed groups that carry out attacks on its territory. That's an accusation that Kabul denies. And drought has pushed entire communities in northern Kenya to the brink. Repeated failed rainy seasons have wiped out livestock, their main source of livelihood. With traditional water sources drying up, the government's now turning to vast underground aquifers that remain largely untapped. Catherine Sawyer reports from Turkana County in northern Kenya.
People in the village of Kainama say they've not received humanitarian aid this year. They thought we were bringing food. Many say their goats and sheep have died after successive prolonged droughts in Turkana County. An elder leads the community in prayer, asking for rain.
We are suffering from hunger. We don't have water. Our livestock have died. We have nothing. We used to burn charcoal, but there are no trees anymore to do that.
This woman shows us what they rely on for food: wild berries with little nutritional value. They take us to their only source of water. It's drying up. Hundreds of people, along with their livestock, share this well.
The women come from different villages and they walk for several kilometers to get to this watering point. And sometimes there's no water, so they have to wait. The water itself is quite dirty. Veronica Akalapatan and her neighbors say they've been here for hours.
Once we get here, we dig up the water from the well. We collect fruit. We wait for the water to fill the well. We take turns to fetch it because there's so little. There are many of us, and sometimes we fight over it.
But hundreds of meters underground are multiple aquifers, layers of rock and soil containing water, and the government is hoping to tap into these sources. The largest was discovered in 2013. It covers roughly 5,000 kilometers and holds about 250 trillion liters of water. But much of the water is salty and expensive to purify. So the project has stalled.
So the big challenge there is salinity. There are studies that are now currently ongoing for both the Napu Aquifer and Lotikipi Aquifer. The interest of this kind of study is to, to map areas of maybe freshwater occurrence and then very saline zones.
It's a rainy season in Kenya. Turkana is unlikely to receive much. But when it does rain, there is joy all around. Still, people here know such moments are fleeting. Back in Kainama, Veronica finally returns home. She's managed to collect 20 liters of water for the day. It's barely enough for everyone. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Kainama, Northern Kenya.
I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes with more of our extensive coverage of the war between Israel and the US and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that 10 Israeli strikes targeted the town.
One headline, then another. The story shifts. A word changes. An image reframes. The narrative moves faster than the facts. Who directs the turn and who benefits from it? The Listening Post slows things down to question, unpick, and understand how and why the story changed. On Al Jazeera.
On Counting the Cost. From Europe to Asia, countries are searching for alternatives to Middle Eastern oil and gas. What options do they really have? Is Russia the biggest winner? Who stands to gain and who will pay the price if the war drags on? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Hello, it's 11 GMT. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. You're watching our extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. 4 US service members are killed after a US military refueling aircraft involved in the Iran war crashes in western Iraq. Iran's president joins the crowds as tens of thousands of people rally in Tehran despite US and Israeli airstrikes. A barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded. Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut. And Turkey says it's intercepted a third missile from Iran, targeting a Turkish military base used by NATO forces. the conflict between Israel, the US, and Iran shows no sign of ending. The death toll is rising. The number of people forced from their homes is now in the millions. US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members of a refueling plane were killed when it crashed in Iraq on Thursday night. And that brings the total death toll of US troops to 11. The US and Israel have carried out attacks in cities across Iran. There have been multiple explosions along the route of a large march marking Al-Quds Day in Tehran. A new wave of Iranian attacks has hit northern Israel. More than 50 people were injured when missiles struck a village near Nazareth. In Beirut, Israeli air raids have targeted residential neighborhoods. More than 1,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli army and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. And the US is temporarily dropping sanctions on Russian oils already in tankers at sea. The prices of oil and gas have soared since the war began, disrupting supplies from Gulf nations. Now we're covering developments from Washington, D.C., Tehran, and Calandia in the occupied West Bank. But first of all, we're going to go to Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. Rosalind, talk to us about this plane and the 4 who have died as a result of this crash. What's the latest that we're hearing?
Well, CENTCOM put out a statement in the past hour or so confirming that the KC-135 refueling tanker did crash in western Iraq. It went down at approximately 2 p.m. local time on Thursday. 4 of the 6 crew members were killed. 2 others, we believe, were injured, but the statement from CENTCOM does not specify how badly injured the 2 surviving crew members are. Now, this is going to lead to a big investigation. Even while they were still conducting what they had called a search and rescue mission, CENTCOM officials said that this crash on Thursday was not the result either of hostile fire, as had been claimed by an Iran-affiliated group in western Iraq, or the result of friendly fire. The U.S. aircraft did have permission to be in western Iraq from Iraqi and Kurdish officials. This is also a situation where there was a second KC-135 refueling tanker in the area at the same time. That plane was able to land, we believe, in Israel. Its crew is said to be safe. But there's now a massive investigation underway to find out why this plane went down and what could be done to prevent future crashes, even as the Trump administration says that because this is a war, there should be an expectation that some U.S. forces may lose their lives or become seriously injured as a result.
Robs, we're also getting reports from the U.S. More American service personnel seem to have been injured as a result of this conflict that were previously known. What have you been hearing?
Well, in the last 24 hours, reporting started coming out that after the March 1st Iranian attack on a U.S. military installation in Kuwait, we knew at the time that 6 members of the National Guard had been injured and later died of their injuries. Well, it now seems that many more members of the National Guard also at that installation, between 100 and 150 members of the National Guard, were also injured. They had to be flown out of Kuwait to get medical treatment. Most of them were brought to military hospitals here in the United States, but some were taken to Landstuhl in Germany, where there's a significant military hospital, and they were said to be very seriously injured. And there was the one report that at least one of the troops might be facing limb amputation. Why this information didn't come out back on March 1st, the second day of the U.S.-led war against Iran, is really a question that Pentagon officials are going to have to answer. In the next hour, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will be holding another televised press briefing on the conduct of the war, and you can expect questions both about the injured troops in the Kuwait incident as well as what happened to this KC-135 with 4 of its 6 crew members dying as a result. You can expect questions will be asked about both incidents in this briefing coming up in the next hour on Friday.
Rosalind, I know we're going to be checking in with you when that briefing happens. For now, Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. There have been multiple explosions along the route of a large march marking Al-Quds Day in Tehran. Iranian media is reporting at least one woman was killed in the strikes. Thousands of people are marking the event across the country. It's an annual show of support for Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride. Iran's president has also joined the crowds despite the strikes. The secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council has also been at the march.
The problem with Trump is that he fails to understand that the Iranian people are discerning and mature, and that the more pressure the US applies, the stronger the nation's resolve becomes. Attacking a march and a gathering is a sign of the enemy's fear and weakness.
Good to get more on this from Tokar Asadi, who's joining us live from Tehran. We were talking about the fact that there were US and Israeli strikes being carried out as these marches were going on. Now we're seeing senior members of the leadership on the streets.
Yes, indeed. This is the third time in the past week that Tehran and downtown in Inqilab Square, we have been witnessing the pro-state actually demonstrations. The first one came after the announcement of the news related to the appointment of the new supreme leader. People came out to say that they support the new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. Then later, it was the funeral of the top military commanders who were killed on the very first day of the strikes, which targeted the office of the supreme leader. And also there we witnessed thousands of people gathering and chanting against the United States and Israel, and showing not just a message of mourning, but also a message of solidarity and unity in response to a sort of call that was coming from the political establishment. And also today, we were in downtown. We witnessed again thousands of people gathering in Inqilab Square, despite the ongoing, as you mentioned, nature of the American and Israeli air strikes. While we were there, we were able to hear the sound of fighter jets overhead, and also several explosions happened. And this is not the only explosions that took place today, but also a few hours before the initiation of these demonstrations, we heard at least 4 massive sounds, after sounds of blast across the Iranian capital. While we know that the attacks today do not stop at this, and we know that in different other cities, including Karaj, we have also footages and reports coming about the continuation of these strikes, which is basically meaning that we are at any point far from de-escalation. And as this goes on, we have also statements from the army and the IRGC about their continued wave of retaliatory strikes targeting the Israeli territories as well as American bases across the region. All in all, we're dealing with a very delicate situation. But speaking of the demonstration that we witnessed, it was in a sense, I can say, unprecedented, maybe one of the first times after the initiation of these strikes, as we are on day 14 of which, that we saw Iranian top, actually not just military, but also political officials joining to the streets in a very sort of clear public appearance. And that could be interpreted as a message of defiance, as a message of resilience, and as a message of deterrence.
Talking to us from Tehran, that's Tokar Asadi. Thank you very much indeed. Well, a new wave of Iranian attacks on northern Israel has injured dozens of people. More than 50 people were evacuated for medical treatment after missiles hit homes in Zarasir. It's a village near Nazareth. The Israeli army said Iran launched 2 waves of strikes over a half-hour period. We're going to get the view from Nira Ibrahim now. She's live for us from Qalandia near Jerusalem. So we're seeing more attacks on Israel by Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. What does this mean for Israelis?
Well, this means that they have to go to shelters every single time these sirens blast, and these sirens have not been blasting long enough time for them at all times to go to shelters. That's why we've been seeing many injuries. Just in the last hour, the Israeli ambulance service says it dealt with 2 injuries by missile shrapnel after we've heard sirens being sounded in northern Israel as a result of Iranian-fired missiles. Now, let's talk about what happened in Zarazir, because it is worrying many Israelis. Now, the Iranian missile failed to be intercepted by the Israeli aerial defense systems. This has led, according to local sources, to the injury of 80 Palestinians there inside this Palestinian village. It is west of Nazareth in northern Israel. And this is casting a lot of doubt as to, did the Israeli aerial defense system fail to intercept it, or they were not designed to protect the Palestinian communities inside Israel? This is a concern we've also heard in the past war, the 12-day war between Iran and Israel in June 2025. But as of now, we are talking about 300 homes in that village being partially or fully destroyed as a result of that missile that fell into a residential area. These footage and this footage that came out from within Zarazil is also making other people wonder, are there other injuries or other destruction videos that were being hidden from the public? We know that the Israeli military keeps a tight censorship. The Israeli authorities keep a tight censorship and a tight lid on what information is being given to the public. And this is why we're seeing Israelis question the longevity, how much they're going to stay in this state of war, not being able to go to work, not being able to go to schools. And the answers coming from their officials by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the war is achieving its goals, that they are continuing with the war as long as it needs to.
Nida Hebron there, bringing us up to date from Kalandia near Jerusalem. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Israel has been launching more attacks in Lebanon. There's been a large explosion in the Al-Fawar area of the southern city of Sidon. Lebanon's health ministry says 8 people were killed and another 9 have been wounded. And Israel has also launched attacks on the capital Beirut, including residential neighborhoods. One strike hit a building in the densely populated district of Burj Hamud. More than 822,000 people have been forced out of their homes in Lebanon since Israel and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. The health ministry says more than 680 people have been killed. Zaina Khodr has more from Beirut.
The Israeli military escalating its attacks, expanding their scopes, targeting buildings in central Beirut. It appears to be part of a maximum pressure campaign being exerted, not just against Hezbollah, but the Lebanese government. Israel's defense minister has told the government to stop Hezbollah's attacks against Israel, or else Israel will take control of territory. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the Lebanese government has been told it will pay a price if it does not confront Hezbollah. The Lebanese government in a difficult position. It has taken what has been described really as unprecedented decisions against Hezbollah, outlawing its military wing, and the Lebanese government reaffirming that it is committed to reclaiming state sovereignty. But the prime minister has said that they cannot enforce these measures at a time of war, during wartime. But it seems that the army, the Lebanese army, has been treading carefully. The army chief has come under some criticism for taking a conciliatory approach toward Hezbollah and focusing instead on, quote, national unity. That's the word.
I want to bring you to Beirut, where the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is speaking.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
Muslim Lebanese
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Living Lent. And these should be moments of peace. These should be moments of solidarity.
Truth Talks.
Unfortunately,
breaking news.
Lebanon was dragged into a war that is not a war that its people would be willing to have. I sincerely hope that in my next visit to Lebanon, I'll be able to visit a Lebanon in peace. I'll be able to visit a Lebanon where the state has the monopoly of the use of force, and to visit a Lebanon whose territorial integrity is fully reestablished and respected. In between, my strong appeal to both parties, to Hezbollah and to Israel, is for a ceasefire, to stop the war and pave the way to find a solution that would allow Lebanon to become a country independent, with sovereignty and territorial integrity respected, and where its authorities have, as I said, the monopoly of use of force. This is no longer the time of armed groups. This is the time of strong states. Thank you very much.
And we've been hearing a statement being made by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who's on a visit to Beirut. Beirut, of course, has been seeing a succession of attacks by Israel, as well as attacks by Israel in southern Lebanon as well. He said Ramadan should be a moment of solidarity and quiet. He said, I am hoping my next visit I'll be able to visit a Lebanon in peace and a Lebanon whose territorial integrity is strongly established. He put forward a plea to both sides, Israel and Hezbollah, to stop the war. He said it is a long time for the war to be going on. I'm paraphrasing, of course, what he was saying there. I want to bring in our guests in the studio. We're joined by Mohammed El-Masri. He's Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. From Tehran, we've got Abbas Aslani. He's a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. And welcome to you both. Mohammed, let's just talk about what's been happening in Lebanon, first of all. Israel continuing the attacks that we have seen both in southern Beirut and now ostensibly, or at least according to our correspondent Zaina Khadr, there is a suspicion within Lebanon that Israel is intending to actually move its forces into southern Lebanon to create, at the very least, a buffer zone. Pleased by the United Nations Secretary General for a ceasefire, and yet a ceasefire looks as though it's far on the horizon.
Yeah, interesting remarks from the Secretary General. He was critical of what he called both sides, but I thought he was more critical of Hezbollah. He took a couple of sort of shots at Hezbollah there at the end. He said, this is no longer the time of armed groups. And at multiple times during his little speech there, he said that the state should have the monopoly over violence. So that's really kind of adopting certainly the line of the Lebanese government, but also of the Israelis and the Americans. You know, as I said in an earlier interview, it's really shocking to me as a media researcher to see that what's happening in Lebanon is not getting a lot of attention and play in American media circles, because it really is a human tragedy. We see Israel, again, targeting civilian areas and civilian infrastructure. Let's not forget the Dahiya doctrine, which is named after Dahiya, the suburb of Beirut, which has been hit hard in the aftermath of the 2006 war. Gadi Eisenkot, who's a former Israeli chief of staff, articulated this new doctrine, the Dahiya doctrine, which calls explicitly for the punishment of civilians, targeting civilians, in the hopes that the civilian population will start to resent and hate their government, or in this case, Hezbollah, right? So that's what Israel is doing. They've killed right around 700 Lebanese people in less than 2 weeks. That's an extraordinary number. That is about the same number of civilians that were killed, Israeli civilians killed on October 7th. So I think that puts that sort of into perspective. And I think Israel is encroaching further and further on Lebanese territory. This is all consistent, of course, with the Greater Israel Project, which we know that Israel is pursuing. They want to expand their borders. And I think we have to keep a close eye on all of this. It's very dangerous.
Abbas Aslani, I want to ask you how Iran is viewing what's going on in Lebanon at the moment, because we've seen the last estimate, I think it's 822,000 people forced out of their homes. Several hundred people have already been killed because of this fight. Now, Hezbollah is closely tied to Iran. Is Iran willing to accept the sacrifices that the Lebanese people are having to make as a result of this conflict between Hezbollah and Israel? Does it see it as a separate fight, or does it see it as part of its own wider fight?
Well, in fact, what happened, before even this war was initiated, was that Israel on a daily basis was attacking Lebanon, and it since the ceasefire that was, made long time ago, thousands of violation cases were occurred from Israeli side. So what happened with the war against Iran was a catalyzer of, Hezbollah's response to Israel. and this facilitated or expedited their reaction against Israel. Now that this has happened, we are seeing a synchronized, a cohesive and pre-planned strategy against Israel in order to overwhelm the enemy. And in addition to this, let's say, this centralized or let's say synchronized reaction or response to Israel, we're seeing that advanced weaponry is also being used. An expansion of this front can help both Lebanon, meaning Hezbollah, as well as Iran, because they can put more pressure on Israel. But independently and separately, if they wanted to go against Israel, it could have been somehow difficult. But both have reasons to react and to respond to Israel. And this war, which coincided with the previous, let's say, Israeli attacks against Lebanon, pushed the two sides in order to coordinate and to retaliate against Israel.
Okay, Abbas, I want to ask you about what we've been seeing on the streets of Iran. We've seen thousands of people who've been out to mark Al-Quds Day, which is a day of solidarity with the Palestinian people. What's interesting, particularly within Tehran, just in the last couple of hours, is that we've seen some of the senior leadership of Iran on the streets. Abbas Araghchi, I believe, the foreign minister, has been on the streets, but we've also seen Masoud Pezeshkian, Ali Larijani, the leader of the Security Council. What message do you think is being sent by the fact that they are prepared to put their presence on the streets at this time?
Well, the presence of high-ranking officials in the broad daylight in the streets of Tehran, which was coupled with number of explosions nearby, was quite meaningful. And after some of those explosions, the people and the officials were not intimidated, but they started to chant slogans against the United States and Israel. This was somehow signaling or a show of a shared resilience and resistance against the ongoing war. And this was the time, specifically, I think the public needed to raise their morale amid the ongoing war. So this is something being interpreted in the country as people are watching that even the high-ranking officials are on the street, they are not hiding, sends a message and becoming more, let's say, resistant and resilient toward the ongoing aggression against the country.
Mohammed, I want to bring you in there because we've heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been telling the Israeli people that the goals of Israel's goals, as far as the war is concerned, are being met. Donald Trump saying that the war is nearly over, that they're being defeated. But going by what Abbas Aslani is saying, but also what we've seen, the leadership is out on the streets. There are thousands of people out in the streets, and these are not only demonstrating solidarity with the Palestinian people, they are demonstrating solidarity with Iran.
Right. Well, first of all, I would say that everyone should take what Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump say with a grain of salt. Right. The U.S. has a long history of kind of declaring mission accomplished, or that wars were essentially in the bag. This happened in Vietnam. It happened with the Iraq War. It happened with Afghanistan. Israel, famously said that Hamas was on its last legs. This was very early in the Gaza war, and Hamas is still standing 2.5 years later. Israel made similar declarations about Hezbollah. We were led to believe that Hezbollah had been so severely degraded that it wasn't really capable of attacking Israel, and now we're witnessing over these last several days significant attacks by Hezbollah. So again, I think we have to take what Netanyahu and Trump say with a grain of salt.
Yeah, Mohammed Al-Masri, we appreciate it. Abbas Aslani, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Now, the U.S. will temporarily allow countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. The Treasury Department says the 30-day reprieve is going to apply only to vessels which are already loaded. The move is the latest attempt by the Trump administration to stabilize energy markets. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It's crucial to the transport of oil and gas from the Gulf. Yulia Shapovalova got more from Moscow.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has just said that the U.S. actions to ease sanctions against Russia and Russian oil are an attempt to stabilize energy markets, and that without significant volumes of Russian oil, any stabilization on the energy markets, kind of impossible. But what we see now is a minor development, of course, and it won't bring any significant change for Russia and its oil exports. On the other hand, it's a significant step forward in reversing the trend from strengthening sanctions against Russia to weakening them. And Russia is obviously welcoming the move. The increase in oil exports, of course, will help Russia ease its domestic financial burden and bring more revenue to help curb its budget deficit. Also, according to Russian President's envoy Kirill Dmitriev, the global market cannot remain stable without Russia's oil supplies. And we can see that a number of world countries indeed need Russia's oil supplies. Just recently, Bangladesh asked the US to allow it to purchase oil from Russia because its government wants to buy Russian oil due to, supply shortages and a sharp rise in prices, which is hitting its economy.
Well, the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz is forcing ships to take longer routes to reach their final destinations. Many vessels traveling between Asia and Europe have to go all the way around the African continent. Famida Miller reports from Cape Town.
Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are forcing shipping companies to rethink how goods and energy move around the world. Now, that's where other shipping routes may come in. Instead of moving through the Gulf and onto the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, some vessels are taking the much longer journey around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. But the longer route increases travel by 3,000 to 5,000 nautical miles. That's 10 to 14 extra days of travel. And that means higher fuel costs. In total, this detour adds about $1 million in extra costs per trip. Now, while port authorities here at the Cape Town port say they're ready to handle the additional traffic, ships that may take the Cape route are not stopping at these ports. It would take up too much time and cost more. The rerouting might offer some benefits to African ports, but that will be far short of the extra costs for shipping companies and their clients. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Inside Story is going to be next, looking at how U.S. President Donald Trump could potentially end the war with Iran. Now, we're going to be back in half an hour with more coverage of the war between Israel, the U.S. and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
On my left, you can see the thick column of the smoke. That is the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes.
Women, children killed in an Israeli strike that targeted southern Lebanon.
Continuing to hear the sound of sirens. According to Israeli media, one drone has infiltrated the borders.
There is a move in Congress to basically tie Donald Trump's hands and end the conflict. They say that's not America first, that's Israel first.
There is so much concern about what all this is going to do to energy markets, oil prices, gas prices, not just in the region, but around the world.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Does US President Donald Trump have an exit strategy for the war with Iran? He's reportedly under pressure to set a deadline, but with contradicting statements from his administration, when will the offensive end? And on what terms? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Sami Zaidan. Yet again, US President Donald Trump has suggested the war in Iran could be over soon. Well, he didn't say when or how, only that it could end any time he wants it to. Well, advisors, they're reportedly urging him to find an exit strategy. But US ally Israel has indicated it's in for the long haul until what it calls the existential threat posed by Iran is eliminated. Well, for its part, Tehran has set its own conditions for ending the drone and missile attacks across the region. These include international guarantees there will be no future hostilities. Well, as the war is increasingly taking a toll on the global economy, how could it end? We'll talk to our guests in a moment, but first, this report from Kaylee Callahan.
As the US-Israeli offensive against Iran enters a second week, questions are mounting over the Trump administration's objectives and timeline for the war. Officials have issued conflicting statements, as has the president himself, sometimes on the same day. On Monday, Donald Trump seemed confident of a quick victory.
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right?
But when pressed, appeared to contradict himself.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you can say it both. The beginning, it's the beginning of building a new country.
Rewind to before the military campaign began. During his State of the Union address, Trump said US forces had destroyed Iran's nuclear development program in June last year. 3 days before, though, his special envoy Steve Witkoff warned Iran was only a week away from a nuclear bomb. During the offensive, White House officials have suggested attacks could last up to 6 weeks, while the defense officials said the campaign would continue until Iran's military capabilities are completely dismantled. The shifting goal lines have fueled criticism that Washington lacks a clear endgame. Trump is also under pressure from Israel. The Israeli defense minister said this week that his country is prepared for a prolonged war to eliminate what Israel calls the existential threat posed by Iran.
This operation, led by US President Donald Trump and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who speak and coordinate daily, will continue without any time limit for as long as necessary until we achieve all the objectives.
For its part, Iran has remained defiant. Its retaliatory strikes have interrupted oil and gas supplies from the Gulf and disrupted global energy markets. President Masoud Pezeshkian says Tehran wants what he says are its legitimate rights to be recognized, as well as reparations and international guarantees that it will not be attacked in the future. For now, the battlefield dynamics appear to be shifting daily, with neither side showing willingness to concede. Kaylee Callahan for Inside Story.
Well, let's bring in our guests now. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Adolfo Franco, a Republican strategist and former advisor to U.S. Senator John McCain. In Tehran, Fuad Izadi, professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. And Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson is in Falls Church, Virginia. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel and former Chief of Staff for U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. Thank you all for joining us. If I could start with Adolfo. So does Donald Trump have an off-ramp to this war that you can see, Adolfo?
Well, I think we're far from an off-ramp. We're just went on the highway from that ramp.
Really? But then, Adolfo, how do we explain what Donald Trump said on March 11th? The war will end soon, he said. There's practically nothing left to target.
Well, let me answer that. The president's initial comments, and have been consistent, have been that this conflict would last 4 to 6 weeks. Now, what the president said, what you're referencing is that we're ahead of schedule on that 4 to 6 time frame that he gave in terms of the number of weeks that we require to finish the job. We haven't even been into this conflict for 2 weeks. And we've eliminated Iran's air defenses, its air force, disseminated most of its navy, and of course have attacked its facilities that produce and launch ballistic missiles and drones, which are significantly down. Now, we never underestimated the power of Iran to retaliate and to do what it's doing. And that's why the president correctly said this is a 4 to 6 week operation to get this job done. which it needs to be done. Now, the job that's before the president is what's ongoing, which is neutralizing Iran's ability to threaten its neighbors, of course, and world security through the development of nuclear enrichment that would lead to a nuclear bomb or bombs that it could use. So the mission is very clear. It's on schedule. No one said this was going to be 12 hours or anything of that sort. I think the president's been clear from the beginning.
Okay. How do you see this, Lawrence? Is this the complete success that we hear from supporters of the president when some of those milestones, which we just heard now from Adolfo, things like the destruction of the Iranian Navy, its air force, its air defense systems, they weren't outlined as the goals of this war before the war started, right? How can it be a measure of the success of the mission now?
I think we have been led down the primrose path, so to speak, with regard to the objects of this military operation by both Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump. I think they are worried right now considerably, despite what was just said. And let me call your attention to a speech by their foreign minister, the Israeli foreign minister, Gideon Sa'ar, yesterday, wherein he as much as admitted some very substantial things. One, that Israel, and implied was the United States, are not going to cause regime change in Iran, that the Iranian people are the only ones who can do that. And my question at the moment in my own head was, dear man, why have you spent billions of dollars and cost thousands of lives, including school children and nurses in hospitals, and blanketed 10 million people in Tehran with poisonous gas? Why have you done that only to learn what most sane people knew well ahead of time, that you are not going to cause regime change in Iran, that it's up to the Iranian
Lawrence,
people to do
let me
that.
jump in as well.
And then the second thing, wait a minute. And then the second thing he said in his attempt to explain why they weren't beating Hezbollah either, he tried to shift the blame majorly to Donald Trump, which I don't blame him a bit, because Donald Trump's staying power in this is extremely limited, because it is one of the most unpopular wars this country has ever engaged in. And the American people are increasingly realizing that he's waging it primarily to get their attention off the Epstein scandal. And he's not going to win it by any sense of that term. So the American people are turning rapidly against this war, including much of the MAGA group that elected him.
All right, I was going to try and jump in and pose, but I could see that I think Adolfo is going to come back with some.
I have to say, with all due respect, this is a 1930s appeasement mentality. First of all, President Trump has made it clear that what his objective here is not to have. Well, let me finish. Let me finish, Colonel. Since you worked for a secretary of state that had a
Lawrence, let's just give him a chance, Lawrence, and I'll come back to you in a second, Lawrence.
This is the type of appeasement that, of course, would have resolved World War II before it started. Number one is the president's objective has been Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has been the key. Now, why the defenses, I disagree with you, where the defenses had to be eliminated is because we have to ensure that Iran is completely neutralized militarily. That has been the objective.
Adolfo, the IAEA Director General did say he didn't see any evidence of a structured program to manufacture nuclear weapons on March the 2nd, right? So,
let me finish this MAGA discussion by a person who's obviously not even a Republican, only in name. 85% of Republicans support President
Republican by any other name.
So this is the fact. Yes, you are.
Okay, gentlemen, let's try and focus on the issue and depersonalize the discussion. Adolfo, I'm going to ask you kindly to observe that.
This effort.
All right, you know what? Maybe it's a good time to bring in Fouad Izadi into the discussion. Fouad, how is this being seen in Iran as Iran tries to read the pulse of the Trump administration? Is there a feeling in Iran that the Trump administration is looking for an off-ramp?
Iran did not start this war. This is a war of choice by Trump and Netanyahu. They were not worried about Iran's nuclear program. Trump claimed a few months ago that he totally destroyed Iran's nuclear program. And I suggest you read the intelligence community's report on Iran's nuclear program. Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the intelligence community, presented that report to the Senate Intelligence Committee in the Congress. The report is available online, dni.gov. It's in English. Your other guests could read it. The report says three things about Iran's nuclear program. The first thing it says is that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The second thing it says that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon program. And the third thing it says is that the Iranian leaders have not decided to have a nuclear weapon program. And when they asked Trump about this report of his intelligence community, he dismissed it and he decided to go with Netanyahu's version. Netanyahu has been saying that Iran is 6 months away from a nuclear
That's a bit
weapon
of the
for the last
background.
20 years.
But now, how does Iran look at the Trump administration's desire or lack of it to continue this war? How is that read?
It's not very difficult. They can stop attacking Iran. As we are speaking, I'm in Tehran, they are bombing us as we are speaking. My father was here just a few minutes ago. When I'm done with your program, I have to call to see if he reached his house safely. They're killing 100, 200 civilians on a daily basis. We have lost over 1,400 civilians so far. They can just stop attacking Iran, and Iranian leaders will decide what needs to happen next. You have a reformist government in Dr. Pezeshkian. I think they didn't want to have this war. A diplomatic solution was available. This is a regime change operation. And it's obvious you don't want to reach a diplomatic solution with the regime that you want to change. This did not need to happen. We had the Omani foreign minister saying an agreement was available within 24 hours. And Trump attacked Iran less than 24 hours after that interview. So they can stop attacking Iran. From what I hear from your guest in Washington, they want to continue for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Iran can continue. There's this culture of resistance here. We can do it also.
Okay, let's, Adolfo, I know you want to get in, but just give me a second. I want to give Lawrence a chance, and then we'll come back to you. Lawrence, what do you make of the arguments that we heard and we hear from people like Adolfo? Well, there were bigger issues at stake, whether it's Iran's missile program, Iran's nuclear program, that was really Iran's relationship with its allies. That was the real goal, and that it's a complete success. How do you read that?
Listening to Donald Trump and his people like Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, War, one doesn't know what the objectives are. As a military professional, I object strenuously to that. I can't believe that we're waging a war that is now costing, I learned this morning, $5 billion a day. We have a $40 trillion aggregate debt, by the way, with $1 trillion interest payments, soon to be $2 trillion annually on that debt. And we're costing the American taxpayer $5 billion a day with this war. And I suspect it's even more than that when you factor in all the elements involved. And we've joined the homicidal maniac in Israel in prosecuting this war, who has been nothing but a war criminal since the start of the campaign against Gaza. And now he's in Lebanon, even deepening the war crimes. Look at the war crimes we've committed already. The school was a war crime. The hospital was a war crime. The oil facilities in proximity of Tehran were a war crime. Look what Iran did in response to oppose that. They conducted a very precise strike on Haifa. Haifa is now pretty much out of action as Israel's only remaining oil port. Iran's conduct of this war has been as one can do in war, mostly within the confines of what we've understood since the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Geneva Conventions as the way civilized people, and I emphasize that, should conduct war. Right. Our conduct has been absolutely the opposite of that, with war crime after war crime, and we don't seem to have any compunction about it whatsoever.
Okay, let me give Adolfo a chance to come in, but I want to put this message to you. When you said a moment ago, Adolfo,
I would like
that
a little airtime here.
I'll give you some time, but just think about the question this way: when you were referencing the off-ramp, that have we not heard confusing messages from this Trump administration about what the measure of success might even be in order for there to be an off-ramp? You might remember, I'm sure you do, on June the 25th, Donald Trump said US strikes had obliterated the nuclear program, but he also said it set it back decades, and Iran didn't even have time to move anything out of those sites. On February 21st, US envoy Steve Witkoff says Iran was probably a week away from having industrial-grade bomb-making material. And 3 days later, Caroline Leavitt, the White House spokesperson, says, well, the attack did in fact obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities. So what is it? What is the end goal here that could measure an exit or an off-ramp? Is there a clear one?
Yes, I just repeated it. And that is that to neutralize Iran militarily in the next 4 to 6 weeks. That's number one, to ensure that Iran can never develop a nuclear weapon. Iran has now refined, by its own admission, uranium to 60% level. It's very easy to get to 90%. You don't need more than 20% for peaceful purposes. So it's bent on a path to develop nuclear weapons. But this is a regime, since the other guest was saying about war crimes, that's eliminated 32,000 of its own people in peaceful protest.
That's a lie.
How do we know those numbers? Where do we get those numbers from, Adolfo?
Those are I think, reported internationally by humanitarian organizations and the rest. If I may, since we have two guests, since we have two.
Okay, let's give Adolfo a chance to finish the thought. Sorry, Fuad. Let me just give Adolfo a fair chance. Fuad, we will come to you. Bear with me. Go ahead, Adolfo.
I did not interrupt the two other guests who are supporting Iran, so I want to support my position here for a moment and be able to speak. Yes, thousands of people have been killed by the Iranian regime, their own people. Of course, human rights, this is an organization that's been conducting terrorism in the region and supporting state-sponsored terrorism for really 47 years. That's very clear. It's attacked American soldiers. It's killed. It was behind the U.S.'s cold attack and the rest of it. So to defend the Iranian regime that is a threat to world and regional security, to me, is unbelievable that certainly any American could support that. Keep in mind that the guest from the United States worked for a Secretary of State that he's concerned about money that spent trillions of dollars in a war effort that failed to occupy Iraq and Afghanistan and lied in the United Nations about weapons of mass destruction. So this is a curious turn of events on this. But the fact before us today, this off-ramp, we're on the ramp. We're on the way to 4 to 6 weeks to eliminate this regime.
Mission accomplished.
Okay.
That was under your watch.
All right, let's give Fuad a chance to weigh.
That was you have
accomplished.
Okay, gentlemen, we will have time to come back to each of you.
You have two guests representing Iran here. So you have the mission accomplished was a statement by President Bush, so your viewers know.
Understood.
And Secretary Powell and Mr. Wilkinson worked for the president that said that. The difference is President Trump will accomplish the mission.
Okay.
Again, we haven't even been in 2 weeks into this conflict. Our mission here is to destroy the military capabilities of a regime that is brutal, barbaric to its own people and threatens security.
Okay, you've made that point clear, Adolfo.
Yesterday, 135 countries lined up on a resolution.
We'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go over to Fuad Izadi in Tehran. I know you want to come back in on some of those things, but I do want to put a point to move the discussion along. What will be Iran's position on a unilateral US announcement of an end to the war? Will Iran accept that and say, fine, if the US says it's mission accomplished, we just walk away?
They need to make sure two things happen. The first thing is that they want to make sure that the country is not attacked by two nuclear regimes every few months. You cannot run a country when United States and Israel attack you whenever they want illegally to achieve
how would
regime
Iran
change,
guarantee that, Fuad?
They could say it. Trump could come and say that we are done with attacking Iran. He could say that as long as I'm president.
Would Iran trust the word of Donald Trump, given the history of distrust?
That would help. Trusting Trump would be a difficult thing to do, but him saying it would be useful. The second thing would be the creation of a setup to compensate Iran. The Trump administration and Netanyahu have devastated Iran's civilian infrastructure. They have killed thousands of innocent people. They need to pay. They need to pay Iran. They need to compensate Iran. And it could be done through leveling tax on ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. It could be done through different things. But until they realize that changing Iran's government is a pipe dream, they will try to repeat this huge mistake again. Trump has managed to unite Iranians more than any Iranian politician could ever do. They're basing their policies on ideas that are not going to work, and they're killing a lot of people in the process. Iran needs to make sure that this stops.
All right. Very, very briefly, I repeat briefly, Adolfo, I want to give you a chance to answer one point before I go to Lawrence, but please, very briefly, do you see any scenario in any parallel universe, shall we say, in which the Donald Trump administration will accept those kinds of conditions from Iran? Briefly, please.
Absolutely not. That is the most ludicrous statement I have heard from a totalitarian, brutal regime. The compensation will come with the elimination of the regimes.
Genocidal people.
Genocidal is your dictatorship turning on your own people, and your dictatorship have sponsored terrorism throughout the region.
All right, it's a good time now, gentlemen. Let's take a moment to give Lawrence a chance to speak, because he's been waiting patiently. Lawrence, if the US would not accept those kinds of Iranian conditions to end the conflict, what are the options open? You're somebody who has obviously a military background and experience. Does the US move up the escalation ladder? What are the next steps up the escalation ladder?
I don't know if you heard Senator Blumenthal the other day, but he was absolutely apoplectic when he came out of the intelligence briefing about possible ground troops on the ground in Iran. That would be an absolute disaster. It would make Iraq and Afghanistan combined look like a cakewalk.
Do you think that's serious?
Where we could, we could go there. Trump has said things like that. And I'm hearing the rumors from the Pentagon that they are contemplating using ground forces. This would be the ruin of the region and our presence there. We would never be invited back, as it were. But let me just say one thing in particular. I'm speaking on behalf of the Iranian people who are dying under our bombs. I'm not speaking in behalf of the regime. And I'm speaking on behalf of the American people who, in poll after poll now, register such majorities as 75% of them, including many Republicans and many MAGA Republicans who are opposed to this war for very different reasons, but nonetheless, they're opposed. They're right, and the rest are wrong.
Adolfo, let's let Lawrence finish the thought, Adolfo. I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Lawrence.
And we're not going to get out of it in one piece.
Okay, and I'll give you a chance to come back in then, Adolfo.
Yeah, this is the man that just spoke, who was working for the administration that put ground troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is the man that supported all the wrong foreign policy objectives.
How much a mistake it was, shouldn't I?
Well,
that's an incredible
and this is the man, and this is the man who was chief of staff.
Argument.
This was the man who worked for chief of staff who lied to the United Nations. Now, here is the reality of what is going on. Iranian people, Iran has been behind terrorism throughout the region. It is killing its own people, and it is a threat to world security. And President Trump's strategy is to neutralize it. What will come next is up to the Iranian people, and that's been very clear.
All right, I think you've made that, gentlemen, you've made that point. We've got a brief minute left, so I want to give Fuad a chance to come back on this. Fuad, in 60 seconds.
These people live in pipe dreams. Iranians are more united than ever. They are coming to the streets every night in millions. This is what Netanyahu asked them to do. But they're coming and shouting against Netanyahu and Trump and people like your other guests that are warmongers. Iran has a civilization
is Iran not
of
also shooting
7,000
itself
years.
in the foot with the the moves we've seen at the United Nations Security Council? A lot of countries lining up against Iran.
It's sad. Iran they did not want to see this. They need to blame Trump and Netanyahu for starting this war. We don't like even American soldiers get killed. These are young people with young families. They shouldn't die for the Epstein class. The Epstein class is killing little Iranian girls and raping little American girls.
Okay, I'm afraid we are out of time. I know that we would all love to continue this discussion further, and I certainly have a lot more points, but perhaps we'll all have the chance to come back and the focus to come back and discuss this in goodwill again. Thank you all to our guests, Adolfo Franco, Fuad Izadi, and Lawrence Wilkerson. And thank you too for watching. You can see the show again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. For further discussion, head over to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle there is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Sami Zaidan, and the whole team here, for now, it's goodbye.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
On counting the cost, from Europe to Asia, countries are searching for alternatives to Middle Eastern oil and gas. What options do they really have? Is Russia the biggest winner? Who stands to gain it? Who will pay the price if the war drags on? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Hello, it's 12 GMT. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. You're watching our extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Marlene Saeed. Iran's president joins the crowds as tens of thousands of people rally in Tehran despite US and Israeli airstrikes.
4 U.S. service members are killed after a military refueling aircraft involved in the Iran war crashes in western Iraq. Barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded. And Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut. Hello and welcome. The conflict between Israel, the U.S. and Iran shows no sign of ending. The death toll is rising and the number of people forced from their homes is now in the millions. But that hasn't stopped thousands of Iranians, including the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, from rallying in the capital, Tehran, today. They're marking Al-Quds Day, an annual show of support for Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride. There were airstrikes along the route of the march, with at least one woman killed. The U.S. and Israel have also bombed other parts of the country. More than 1,300 civilians have been killed since the war began. Meanwhile, U.S. Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members of a refueling plane were killed when it crashed in Iraq on Thursday night. That brings the total death toll of U.S. troops to 11. And there have been a new wave of Iranian attacks which have hit northern Israel. More than 50 people were injured when missiles struck a village near Nazareth. And in Beirut, Israeli air raids targeted residential neighborhoods. More than 800,000 people have now been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli army and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. Well, we are covering developments from Tehran, Washington, Babda in Lebanon and Doha. First, let's turn to Towed Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital. So at least one person has died after those explosions near where those demonstrators were rallying after Al-Quds Day. Towed, can you tell us exactly what happened?
Well, indeed, from the very beginning of today, across the Iranian capital, Tehran, we have been witnessing after sounds of multiple massive explosions. But downtown in Inqilab Square, we were witnessing actually the explosion that took place in the vicinity of the place where people gathered for this demonstration in Quds Day, which is an event, an annual event initiated by the first supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and it's being conducted on an annual basis. But this year it was quite important seeing the situation. The rally is concentrated upon supporting Palestinians as well as expression of opposition against the Israeli occupations. But this time it was quite different, seeing the very fact that the country has been targeted by the Israelis, and it's now day 14 since the commencement of a campaign of airstrikes targeting different places, including residential areas here across the country. And of course, we know that in other cities like Karaj, Isfahan, and Bushehr, and other cities, we have been receiving footages and reports about the continuation of this airstrikes going on, and that is creating a sort of frustration amongst some people. Still, we know that we saw thousands of people gathering across the streets, chanting against the United States and Israel, and expressing their sort of denouncement against these ongoing airstrikes, while also expressing a support to the political establishment.
Okay,
and
apologies to you, Towed. Let's go straight to Washington. We're expecting to hear from the U.S. Defense Secretary and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They're giving a news conference.
For the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. fighters and bombers all day, picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only two things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday, war widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee, we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives
As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation. And this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping. And our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the Straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PRISMs, and high-mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with a sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them. I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, it's awesome. No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, in the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans. And they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today a moment, I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The two of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular, the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, more rounds, sir. It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain deeply grateful for their service. And for the third time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the joint staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with, some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen and to their families and to the joint force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities. If you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the joint force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems. And that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public? And does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of threat. Our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time. Thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president, and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie. Yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations. I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure. Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there. Yep. No, you. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There has been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
About the Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy, Secretary Wright.
It's a tactically complex environment. And before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
United States,
Thank you.
that strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here.
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks. What is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately, when they've been reached, that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue. And we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
Secretary, you have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've tried to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Absolutely, right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface to surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing through the
There's
strait.
been no strikes that we've.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple of weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, just, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives. And so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh, yeah.
The
president has
a
historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have just been listening to U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's been updating the media at the Pentagon about the war in Iran. Before we go to correspondence, I just want to cover some of the main points that we heard in that press conference. He said the U.S. is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. He said the Iran's military had been made combat ineffective. He also mentioned that Iran's missile volume is now down 90%, and their one-way attack drones are down 95%. He said the U.S. today is launching the highest volume of strikes over Iran today. He also talked about Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who spoke yesterday in a briefing. He said he was wounded and likely disfigured. And we also heard from General Dan Kane, who is the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who paid tribute to the 4 crew members who were killed in that crash over Western Iraq a little late last night. Okay, let's cover some of these points with our correspondents. We have correspondents in Doha, in Washington, in Tehran, covering all the latest. First, let's go to Patty Colhane, who is in Washington for us. Patty, so fighting talk there from Pete Hegseth about how America's war in Iran is going as we enter day 14. The U.S. Defense Secretary saying the U.S. won't show, in his words, any mercy to its enemies. Run me through some of the main headlines that we heard today.
Well, I thought it was interesting. I might have written it down wrong, but I don't think so. I thought the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said that they had struck 15,000 targets. And then I think when it was time for General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he said 5,000 or 6,000 targets. So we have to go back and look at the tape and see if there is, in fact, that discrepancy. It'd be a pretty big one. Yes,
well, on that point, I did actually write down what Kane said, and he did say 6,000 targets in Iran that have been hit. Yeah, continue.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for that. Thanks for the backup. One of the things I think is interesting is this Pentagon is obviously on the defensive when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. That Pete Hegseth saying, of course we thought about that. Well, the question is going to be, if they thought about that, then why is the strait still closed? Since I've been covering the Pentagon, whenever I talk to military leaders about Iran, that was the first thing they said, that is Iran's ultimate leverage, the Strait of Hormuz. They said that they didn't see, none of the ships that have been attacked have been hit by mines, but they wouldn't say that there aren't mines. Just a couple of days ago, they started focusing on getting rid of the ships that can lay the mines. You would have thought possibly that would have been one of the first targets. And they said the strait isn't closed. A few ships are getting through. I think everyone has seen the ships that have gone through are pretty much on fire. And they talked about Iran's diminishing capacity, but at the same time, the strait is still not open, and we're hearing reports from the administration that it's going to take a month. So try to square that. If they knew this was an issue, if they thought about it in advance, then they're going to maybe be able to tackle it at the end of the month. I think what we're finding is that this is an incredibly difficult mission for the military. We've heard the president say, we'll just have military escorts. Well, that is a very risky proposition. Not only could there be mines, there are likely mines. It's a very narrow strip of land. They talk about dismantling Iranian missiles. It only takes one to down a Navy ship in that very narrow strait. So obviously the Pentagon on the defensive. A lot, what we've heard in these very, for the most part, very friendly media outlets in this press briefing, a lot of bluster, a lot of tough talk from Pete Hegseth, trying to project the image of the U.S. having overwhelmingly successful attacks. This is all in the face of an American public that is wary of this war. The vast majority in polls say they don't know why the U.S. is attacking Iran. They don't know, they don't believe that Iran was posing an imminent threat. So this is really, we're seeing a partisan divide, but we're also seeing an American public that is paying attention. They can't help not to, because of the Strait of Hormuz, every time they drive down a street past a gas station, they've seen the gas has spiked, in some cases 60 cents a gallon in just the past 13 days. That has a very real world impact. So again, the Secretary of Defense saying this is going to be the toughest day yet, but having real trouble trying to answer the question as to why the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, even if they say it's open with very little evidence that it is in fact open.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Patty Culhane. I want to turn now to Towed Asadi, who is in Tehran. Towed, I have to get your reaction to what we heard there from Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Extraordinary comments, really, comparing Iran's new leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, as, to a rat covering and hiding underground. What sort of reaction do you think there would be in Iran to those sort of comments?
Well, actually, no official reaction so far, since this was just a speech very recently delivered. But I'm sure that it's not going to be something being welcomed there in Iran. And of course, speaking of the context, I can tell you that right now, while the country continues to face the continuous airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, in the meantime, we hear from IRGC and the Army about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes, one wave after another. And of course, speaking of the very, let's say, reality in the society, also, I have to say that over the past 1 week, I have witnessed 3 demonstrations in which people gathered to sort of express their support to the political establishment and, of course, to the new supreme leader of the country. It goes without saying that this is not the entire society. There is a public dissatisfaction among a segment of the society, but it's still right now, the political establishment works, the military works, and we see the continuation of these retaliatory strikes by the Iranian side, while they're coming out with the statements every time to say that they are using most advanced weaponry, and they're also saying that they are ready for a war of attrition, for a long-time confrontation. This is what we heard from the Iranian military side. And of course, in this recent demonstration, speaking of the rat statement that you referred to by this American officials, we know that today we saw the presence of Masoud Pezeshkian, Iranian president, in the public, joining the demonstrations, as well as Ali Larijani, the secretary for the National Supreme Security Council of the country, alongside some other high-ranking officials of the country, all having now a public appearance, joining to the demonstrations taking place in downtown.
Clearly keen to show that they are not hiding underground. Okay, thank you for that, Towed Asadi. There in Tehran, let's go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So, Kimberly, Pete Hegseth addressing also the news that broke last night about that U.S. military refueling plane that crashed in western Iraq. We have confirmation also that 4 of those 6 crew members were indeed killed. That now takes the total number of U.S. troops killed to 11. If American casualties continue to rise like this during the course of the war, what sort of reaction is that likely to have back home? Is that likely to get the Trump administration to pause their actions in Iran?
It's unlikely, given the public statements from the U.S. president. The U.S. president prepared the American public for casualties when he launched strikes on Iran, saying that we expect something like this, referring to the fact that service members would die. He was very nonchalant about it, saying essentially that's the way it is when you are in a conflict of military nature. He also has made the case that this has a broader objective. In other words, that this will be good for the world. And we also know that the U.S. president, when he over the weekend received the first American soldiers' bodies back here in the United States in what's known as a dignified transfer, that's the name for the military ceremony, a reporter asked him on Air Force One if that experience of receiving those bodies was in any way part of the calculus moving forward, if it had affected him at all, seeing the dead service members' families grieving and whether or not that would change the course of action. The U.S. president was very blunt. He said, no, not at all. So I think we can take from that the strategy and the objectives of the U.S. president, which remain vague, the U.S. president only saying that he needs to finish the job when asked about where things are headed, is quite resolute in where things are going. Having said that, the American public, not quite so. And there's a very much a sense from the leaders in the Pentagon briefing there just now that they are trying to control that narrative in order to quell the public outrage.
Okay, our White House correspondent Kimberly Holker there. Okay, let's get the view on how all this is playing out across the Gulf. Zain Basravi is monitoring developments live for us here in Doha. Zain, good to see you. So there have been more attacks today across the Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Iraq and Oman. And we're just getting confirmation from the UAE that there have been a number of strikes today. What more can you tell us?
That is correct. It started slower than most days we've seen in the last 2 weeks, but this today, the second week of the war, coming to a close. Pete Hegseth saying that it's going to be a busy day in Iran. It will be of some concern to countries here in the GCC because a busy day for Iran today vis-a-vis attacks by the United States and Israel could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf Arab community here in the GCC. And not unlike other days, we've seen things tick up since this morning. In fact, the U.S. Embassy in Muscat is warning people that they're restricting movement of personnel to a 50-kilometer radius around the embassy and putting in place other warnings and safety conditions for Americans living in Oman. That's after 2 people were killed in Oman when a drone was intercepted over the Sohar province. A Wahi industrial area saw debris fall, a bunch of injuries, and 2 expat workers were killed there. The Saudi Defense Ministry said that it shot down 8 drones, including one that tried to intercept an area over the diplomatic corridor in Riyadh. An interception took place over the diplomatic corridor in Riyadh, where the U.S. Embassy has been targeted in recent days. And as you say, Dubai, a drone interception there, falling debris around the financial district, smoke rising from building damage near the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. The UAE saying, the Ministry of Defense saying that 7 ballistic missiles and 27 drones were launched from Iran just since this morning. It really does illustrate that it doesn't take a lot for Iran to disrupt airspace, cause damage, and significant injury and death to the cities in the GCC.
Okay, Zain Basravi there for us in Doha. Let's go to Abdullah Babood, who is an Omani policy expert and the chair of the State of Qatar for Islamic Area Studies at Waseda University in Japan. He joins us live from Bengaluru in India. Abdullah, a few weeks ago, Oman was mediating nuclear negotiations between the US and Iran. Now we have parts of Oman being targeted by Iranian drones and missiles. How would you sum up Oman's approach towards Iran now?
Well, Oman has always thought that Iran is a neighboring country that it wants to have good relationship with. Oman shares with Iran the Strait of Hormuz, which is vital for international trade, for energy, and for connectivity throughout the world. And Oman believes that only good relationship with Iran can secure navigation and can secure the Strait of Hormuz. Oman also sees that Iran is a neighboring country and we cannot change geography. And there are ways to overcome conflicts and misunderstanding than wars. Oman has always opted for dialogue and for diplomacy. So what is happening now is that Oman has tried very hard to stop this war and to find a negotiable agreement or settlement to the concerns of the United States or the world community towards the Iranian nuclear program and its missiles capability and its also policies in the region. According to what we've heard, that they were almost close to a deal because the Iranians had almost accepted all the conditions that came from President Trump and from his administration. So we were very shocked to see that this war has actually happened. And this is not the first time. This is the second time where Oman is involved. Of course, Oman now doesn't like what it sees because the cost, not only to Oman but also to the whole region, is enormous, and to the world community at large. Economic cost is beyond imagination. Countries are now started to suffer because they need oil, they need gas. Country like India, where I'm speaking from, depends quite largely on gas and energy coming from the Gulf. So it's going to affect it is energy needs. It's affecting already. It is currency. It's inflation and so on. And this is not just for India. This is going to be around the world. So this war is actually not necessarily. Not a necessary war. It's a war that the Gulf states find themselves in the middle of it, and they have become a victim to policies taken elsewhere.
Abdullah, you talked about the impact on Gulf economies. Let me ask about Oman's economy, because we had the port of Salalah hit by a drone attack for a second time. Clearly a very important port to Oman's economy. What sort of impact would that have?
Well, Oman has focused on its logistics as one of the pillars of its Vision 2040. And Oman, of course, being outside the Strait of Hormuz, gives its ports a certain privilege, as it were, because it is not necessarily within the conflict zone, or it cannot be closed. So this basically shattered all of that. Not only the port in Salalah, where I come originally from, but also the Duqm port, which is a major transshipment port, and so is Salalah. And those two ports, as well as Suhar now, has been attacked. So this is, of course, going to have devastating consequences for the security of our logistical hubs, our ports, and our facilities, and it is going to affect the vision and how we are seeing that Oman is going to, transcend from being an oil-dependent country and diversify its economy beyond oil, and obviously. Using its geographical location as one of the pillars of its diversification. This is going to have a devastating effect, not only on Oman, but also in the whole region, as I said.
Abdullah, thank you so much for your time today. Abdullah Babood, Chair of the State of Qatar for Islamic Area Studies at Waseda University in Japan, and Omani expert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Israel has been launching more attacks in Lebanon. There's been a large explosion in the Al-Fawa area of the southern city of Sidon. Lebanon's health ministry says 8 people were killed and another 9 were wounded. Israel has also launched attacks on the capital, Beirut, including residential neighborhoods. One strike hit a building in the densely populated district of Burj Hammoud. More than 822,000 people have been forced out of their homes in Lebanon since Israel and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. The health ministry says more than 680 people have been killed. And there's been a new wave of Iranian attacks on northern Israel, which has injured dozens of people. More than 50 people were evacuated for medical treatment after missiles hit homes in Zarazir, which is a village near Nazareth. The Israeli army said Iran launched 2 waves of strikes over a half-hour period. Okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes with more on our extensive coverage of the war between Israel, the US, and Iran. Do stay with us.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera's correspondents are on the ground.
This is the first time that President Trump has spoken publicly live.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks.
All the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left.
We have only just begun.
Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran.
We expect to take additional losses.
Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want repeated.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield. Shockwaves are hitting global energy markets as facilities are damaged, supply routes disrupted, and risks to vital shipping lanes grow. Stay with Al Jazeera for continued coverage and expert analysis.
It's 13 GMT, watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Marlene Saeed. Iran's president and other senior leaders join the crowds as tens of thousands of people rally in Tehran despite US and Israeli airstrikes.
Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
The United States dismisses Iran's supreme leader as weak and says the country's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures. 4 US soldiers are killed after military refueling aircraft involved in the Iran war crashes in western Iraq. And a barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded. And Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut. Hello and welcome. The conflict between Israel, the US and Iran shows no sign of ending. The death toll is rising and the number of people forced from their homes is now in the millions. But that hasn't stopped thousands of Iranians, including the president Masoud Pezeshkian, from rallying in the capital, Tehran, today. They're marking Al-Quds Day, which is an annual show of support for Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride. There were airstrikes along the route of the march, with at least 1 woman killed. The US and Israel have also bombed other parts of the country. More than 1,300 civilians have been killed since the war began. Meanwhile, US Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members of a refueling plane were killed when it crashed in Iraq on Thursday night. That brings the total death toll of US troops to 11. And there have been a new wave of Iranian attacks which have hit northern Israel. More than 50 people were injured when missiles struck a village near Nazareth. And in Beirut, Israeli air raids targeted residential neighborhoods. More than 800,000 people have now been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli army and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has spoken just in the last hour. He claimed that Iran's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures.
We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
Okay, we're covering all the latest developments from Tehran, Washington, White House, Beirut, and Ramallah. First, let's go to Towhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital for us. So, Towhid, at least 1 person died earlier today after those explosions near where those demonstrators were rallying for Al-Quds Day. Can you tell us exactly what happened?
Well, actually, today we witnessed the demonstrations related to Quds Day. And of course, this is the third demonstration that we witnessed downtown in Tehran and Inqilab Square in the past 1 week as a sign of actually expressing solidarity and support to the political establishment by thousands of people who joined the streets, not just to show their solidarity, but also express a sort of denouncement and anger over the continued wave of the air strikes by the Americans and the Israelis. This is day 14 from the initiation of these strikes. And starting from the very early hours of today, we have heard multiple sounds of massive explosion across the city. And while we were covering the actually demonstration downtown, we also saw one of these actually explosions taking place as a result of these air strikes in the Iranian capital in the vicinity in one neighborhood quite close to Inqilab Square. And reports are coming to say that at least one person has been killed. There is a possibility of more injured people, seeing the very fact that we saw a thick column of smoke drifting through the air after the explosion sound was heard. Meanwhile, we have to keep in mind that this is not the only location in which explosions have been taking place across the capital and across the country. Indeed, in several cities such as Ahvaz and Isfahan and Karaj, we have reports about the continued wave of the American and Israeli airstrikes on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Iranian side is also talking about the continued waves of their retaliatory strikes, specifically IRGC. They're talking about attacking the Israeli territories and U.S. bases across the region with what they call most advanced of their weaponries.
Okay, let's turn now to the U.S., where we've just been hearing from the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Patty Culhane is standing by for us in Washington. So what we heard there from Pete Hegseth was just more fighting talk about how America's war in Iran is going, saying the U.S. won't show, and these were his words, any mercy to its enemies. Talk us through some of the highlights of what we heard in that press conference.
Well, I think this has become a running theme every time we hear from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. He likes to use what I believe he sees as tough talk, calling the new Supreme Leader, comparing him to a rat burrowing underground, obviously trying to tempt him to try and come to the surface, so possibly he could be hit in a strike. But this was a very confusing press conference. We heard right at the beginning, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, come out and say, we're doing 1,000 strikes a day, 15,000 targets so far, more than 1,000 strikes a day. And then we heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. He said 6,000 targets. So this is very clearly the Pentagon's attempt to project strength and act as if the war is going exactly as they planned it, to the point that he started trying to rewrite what the headline should be for the news stations and the newspapers. He complained about people writing that they underestimated the Strait of Hormuz, and he said, "Don't you think we would have thought of that?" Well, the question is, did they think of that? Because now they're saying it might be a month before they can reopen the strait. They said traffic is going through the strait. I don't think any independent analysis has shown that the strait is truly open. The things we've seen from the Strait of Hormuz are cargo ships on fire. So really trying to downplay whether or not that was a strategic error. And it is somewhat baffling because every single time I've talked to any military commander when it comes to Iran, they said that the Strait of Hormuz would be the biggest concern. It is an incredibly narrow strip of land. They've talked about military escorts, but that has not yet been ordered. That would be an incredibly risky position. The Pentagon saying they've seen none of these ships have been hit by mines, but we do believe that it's possible that the Iranian military had plenty of time to mine the straits. So again, sending somewhat conflicting messages, but they are definitely trying to send a message that they are projecting strength and everything is going exactly according to plan, using those very tough talks and derogatory language. The partially why they're doing this is there was a study on like the first days of war the country's enthusiasm, the country's support. And this one is the lowest since World War II. At the beginning, fewer and fewer people support this. If you look at polls, if you talk to people, they don't know why this war is happening. They don't necessarily, the majority doesn't believe Iran posed an imminent threat. We've heard very conflicting messages as to why the U.S. is doing this. And I think the Pentagon is trying to sort of raise the flag, make people feel like this is a patriotic mission with their tough talk.
Let's go back to Iran and Tawhid Asadi, who is standing by in the Iranian capital. How do you think, Tawhid, this messaging by the U.S., this tough talk is likely to go down with Iranian leaders? We heard Hegseth compare Iran's new leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, to a rat covering and hiding underground. He also said Iran's missile capabilities and its ability to make new missiles had been completely destroyed. How do you expect all this to go down with the leadership?
Well, let's begin with the latest. Speaking of the demolishing of the Iran's defense capabilities, from the other side of the story, from Tehran, we hear about the continuation of the retaliatory strikes targeting the Israeli territories, and that could be interpreted as the point that indicates this is not fully destroyed. And right now, despite the very major blows that militarily speaking Iran confronted, including the assassination of top military commanders such as the Chief of Armed Forces, Defense Minister, as well as the Defense Council Secretary, we know that there is this continuation of their retaliation as a part of reality on the ground. And also they are saying that they have closed the Strait of Hormuz, and the reality on the ground, again, indicates that the passage is sort of closed for many ships and vessels trying to approach it. We have received reports about some of these vessels being targeted. But speaking of the Supreme Leader and the statement that we heard, I'm sure that it's not going to be welcomed, at least among the political establishment and their supporters inside the country. First, let's keep in mind that we are dealing with a continued wave of airstrikes, and in such a situation, that's quite ordinary that Supreme Leader should be protected, and this is something that may happen elsewhere in case of such massive airstrikes taking place. Even in Israel, we heard reports that some leaders, military leaders or political leaders, going to shelters after the initiation of these strikes. So this is one part of the reality. And the other part of the reality is that we saw in this very recent demonstration that took place a couple of hours ago, many very important Iranian officials taking part, going to the streets, coming to talk to people, including Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, including the top security official of the country, Ali Larijani, who is the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of the country, in addition to other military and political officials joining streets to show their sense of solidarity and to show their sort of, I would say, courage, while the very place that we were witnessing the demonstrations was the vicinity of which was targeted by one of these airstrikes.
Tawhid Asadi there in Tehran for us. Patty, if I could come back to you. We saw Hegseth addressing the news that broke last night of a U.S. military refueling plane that crashed in western Iraq. We did get confirmation that 4 of 6 of its crew members were killed. That takes the total number of U.S. troops killed now to 11, I believe.
It does, and they're still searching for 2 members of that crew. It appears that 2 of the refueling planes might have collided. One of the planes landed safely. Obviously, the other one did not. 4 service members dead, 2 still unaccounted for. They said they are working to recover them. It's still a search and recovery mission. This brings it to 11. We've seen dozens and dozens injured. The Pentagon at that press briefing really trying to downplay the severity of the injury, saying about 90% of those, I think it was more than 100. It was about 120, I believe, 120. They said 90% have returned to service. So really trying to downplay the cost of this war on U.S. forces, because partially because this is a very unpopular war. It's like in most things in America right now, it's very partisan. You see Republicans supporting the war, Democrats universally opposing it, and independents, the majority of them oppose this. Because let's put it in the broader context. U.S. President Donald Trump was elected on largely because of two things, because he promised America first. He would keep the U.S. out of foreign wars, and he would lower prices. That was what voters told everybody who asked during the election. That's the thing that they wanted to see happen the most. This is it having the exact opposite impact, not just in the price of gasoline. It's the price of fertilizer. It's the costs to shipping. Everything is expected to get a little bit more expensive. Inflation was already an issue, although it just started coming down. It's still above 2%. And so we're going to see a ripple effect of this on the economy for the American people in a time when the vast majority said everything was already unaffordable.
Patty Colhane there for us in Washington. Many thanks. Now, there's been a new wave of Iranian attacks which have targeted northern Israel, injuring dozens of people. More than 50 people have been evacuated for medical treatment after missiles hit homes in Zarazir. The Israeli military says Iran launched 2 waves of strikes over a half-hour period. Julie Ager has more.
People across Israel are continuing to pay the price as their government wages a multi-front war on Iran and on Hezbollah in Lebanon. One of the latest Iranian strikes hit the northern Israeli village of Zarazir near Nazareth, wounding dozens of people and severely damaging homes.
I was leaving my uncle's house in a vehicle when the missile hit this house and the one below. I felt the roof of the vehicle cave in on me.
I was at home. The whole house collapsed. Everything was destroyed.
Zarazir is one of many Palestinian communities not protected by Israel's Iron Dome defense system, leaving them vulnerable to strikes. Interceptions occur frequently over these villages and towns where many Palestinian homes don't have adequate bomb shelters.
This is a disgrace. You cannot provide protection. How many people do you think you can fit in here? This is not a solution that can provide safety.
Hezbollah is also attacking Israel. The military said on Thursday that the group had fired around 200 rockets at Israel the night before, describing it as one of the biggest barrages since cross-border hostilities resumed earlier this month.
There was a boom. The whole house shook. Glass shattered. An apocalyptic atmosphere. The main thing is everyone's okay.
2 weeks into the war between the US, Israel, and Iran, with mixed messages from the leaders waging it, civilians caught in the crossfire are bracing for what lies ahead. Julie Dager, Al Jazeera.
Let's go to Noor Ode, who's live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, so more attacks on Israel by Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. What does this all mean for Israelis?
Well, it just means that life cannot return to normal as the politicians had promised, Marlene. Schools will not be opening next week either. That's according to the Minister of Education in Israel. The residents, especially in the northern communities, in the Galilee and in the upper Galilee, are paying the heaviest price, as we've seen over the past 24 hours. And there's a reason for that. That is, part of the Israeli story, which is that Palestinian Israeli communities are less protected. They do not have the same kind of public shelter facilities and safe rooms that Jewish Israeli communities and towns and localities have. And this is a long-running issue in Israeli politics, the negligence of Israeli authorities to provide Palestinian citizens of Israel with equal protection. In 2025, we saw 5 citizens of Israel of Palestinian descent killed in such strikes because there were no shelters, because they were in their homes and their homes were struck. There was a direct impact on their homes, and they had no shelter to go to. So this is something that will sure invite a lot of discussions in Israel. And in the meantime, the entire population of Israel will have to deal with more sirens. Just in the past hour, in northern Israel, there were 4 sirens going off. Now, it takes about 10 minutes for residents to be told they can leave the shelter. So just imagine that in 1 hour, you've had to run to the shelter, stay there, and then go back up only to come back again. It's not a way that can be sustained. And there are calls for the evacuation of at least some of the communities in the northern section of Israel, especially in the border areas.
Okay, thank you for that update. Noor Odeh there for us in Ramallah. Israel has been launching more attacks in Lebanon. As we've been reporting, there was a large explosion in the Al-Fawa area of the southern city of Sidon. Lebanon's health ministry says 8 people were killed and another 9 were wounded. Israel's also launched attacks on the capital, Beirut, including a residential neighborhood. One strike hit a building in the densely populated district of Burj Hammoud. More than 822,000 people have now been forced out of their homes in Lebanon since Israel and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. The health ministry says more than 680 people have been killed. Now, Lebanon's interior minister has said national unity is key to pulling through this crisis.
We've discussed many measures that must be applied to make sure people are safe and secure. We do everything within the law, and we have a lot of intelligence information. And time and again, we rely on the responsibility of the Lebanese people, because our national unity must always be in our minds, and we depend a lot on this. The unity of the people is important to get rid of troubles and to begin any progress.
Okay, joining us from London is Lina Khatib. She's an Associate Fellow for the Middle East and North Africa Programme at the Chatham House. Lina, many thanks for joining us on the programme. You've argued that Iran's regional influence has been eroding in recent years. In the context of this current war, do you think this conflict is now accelerating that decline? Or could it actually give Tehran new leverage through the escalation we're seeing?
It's definitely accelerating Iran's regional decline. Even though Hezbollah, for example, which is Iran's main proxy in the region, has now intervened to help Iran, we are seeing that Iran itself is not really able to change the balance of power in this war. And Iran also has dwindling military capabilities, and it is fast losing even those countries around it that had been very accommodating of Iran in terms of its political posture. And here I'm specifically talking about the Arab countries in the Gulf, like Oman and Qatar. So ultimately, Iran itself is weakened, its proxies are not as effective, and it is without friends.
In the first message from Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, we heard him say that his country still believes in the need for friendship with its neighbors. But as we've been talking and you've been saying, its actions appear to contradict that need for that friendship. So what do you think Iran's strategy is then vis-a-vis the Gulf?
In general, Iran's strategy here is to try to survive. And it thought initially that it could attack U.S. assets in neighboring Gulf countries to push those countries to tell the U.S. to halt its military campaign. But that has not worked. So Iran instead thought that by inflicting high economic cost on those countries, it could also force not just those countries, but the world in general to stop this conflict on the basis that the economic cost to the world is too high. That is also not working. But in doing this, it has really lost the trust of its neighbors in the Gulf. And I don't think this trust is going to be restored anytime soon for as long as the regime in Tehran continues.
Regardless, we are seeing the Gulf countries hurting. So what can they do? What role can they play when it comes to influencing the trajectory of this war now?
What they can do is what they are doing already and being quite successful as doing. Two things. One is restraint, and second is expressing resilience. Restraint in the sense that Iran also is now in a kind of third phase, trying to drag Arab countries around it to engage in military action against Iran. And if that were to happen, then Iran can claim that it has a legitimate reason to expand the scope of its targets in those neighboring countries. But Gulf countries are expressing a lot of restraint and not engaging in that way. And when it comes to resilience, we are seeing them exhibit a high level of that militarily, with a very high interception rate of Iranian missiles. And I think they're going to continue down this path. They are able to withstand the pressure.
Okay. You've suggested in your writings that all these shifting dynamics in the region that we're seeing could create at some point an opening for peace. I'm not sure what sort of timeline you're talking about, but when you look at the tensions that we're in at the moment, when it comes to Iran and Israel and their allies, so high at the moment, what sort of realistic pathway do you see towards de-escalation at some point, whenever that might be?
When I talk about peace, it's a long-term goal and a long-term outcome that could happen and hopefully will happen once the balance of power in the Middle East changes and there is no longer a regime in Iran that is a destabilizing force. I mean, ultimately, the mosque has fallen and the regime in Tehran has shown that it is not trustworthy, and it has also sponsored various terrorist groups, not just operating in the Middle East, but that have presence all over the world. And therefore, any change in the region has to contain this threat that Iran is posing. And it's not going to be easy to get there, because you don't change the geopolitical balance of power that has been in place for almost half a century in a matter of days. It's not going to be easy or cheap or linear. So I am looking at the very long term, but the near term is definitely going to be costly and turbulent.
Many thanks for your views. Lena Khatib, Associate Fellow for the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House. Now, we were talking a little earlier about the situation in Lebanon. We know Israel's launched more attacks on the capital, Beirut, and in the south. Let's go live to Bernard Smith, who's in Beirut for us. So the latest figures we're getting from the health ministry is more than 680 people have now died in Lebanon since this war broke out. What is the latest you're hearing on the attacks?
And 8 people killed in a single airstrike on a residential complex in Sidon towards the south, coastal city on the south. That's a residential complex that is mainly home to Palestinians. And there have been strikes, yes, elsewhere in the south of Lebanon and here in the capital, Beirut. They hit overnight, they hit Burj Hamoud in the northern suburbs. That's for the first time. They're increasingly beginning to hit targets that are outside areas traditionally associated with Hezbollah. The consequence of that is they're bringing this conflict, the Israelis are bringing this conflict to other parts of Lebanese society, and that in a country really divided on sectarian levels risks creating sectarian tension here. And in the last hour or so, we've had these huge explosion over the central of Beirut where Israel dropped these leaflets. This is from Israel's military, these are from Israel's military intelligence unit, and they essentially say you must disarm Hezbollah. It is Iran's shield. You said if you want to be part of real change and prosperity and protection of your country, we are here to listen to you, say the Israelis. And there's even a QR code on there that people can click or click on to get more information, but I suspect that would immediately go to Israeli intelligence, so probably not best advice to click on that QR code.
Bernard, it is worth highlighting to our viewers that what we are seeing this time round, more so than we have in previous conflicts between Lebanon and Hezbollah and Israel, is that Israel is now striking significantly more outside traditional Hezbollah areas. What are the consequences of that?
What that means is that when ordinarily the Hezbollah's support is found mainly in the southern suburbs of Beirut and southern parts of Lebanon, all over Lebanon. But when they strike in areas that are not traditional Hezbollah strongholds, strike in areas that are predominantly perhaps Christian sect area, or predominantly perhaps Sunni Muslim. The consequence of that, Israel may just strike an apartment in a building that's actually been emptied because Israel gave an evacuation order in advance, but there are broader consequences, and that is Israel risks starting or creating sectarian tensions in this country, which are never far below the surface, because people living in these non-traditional Hezbollah areas begin to resent or begin to fear that people coming in, the displaced coming in, may be bringing problems with them. It's forced the president and the prime minister over the last few days to appeal for Lebanese unity, to appeal to Lebanon's political parties not to exploit the potential for sectarian division here.
Okay, many thanks for that, Bernard Smith, there for us in Beirut. Let's recap some of our main headlines. You are, of course, watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that Iran's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures. Speaking at a briefing at the Pentagon, Hegseth claimed US forces have wiped out much of Iran's Navy and Air Force, along with most of its missile and drone capabilities. Thousands of Iranians, including the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, have been rallying in the capital, Tehran. They're marking Al-Quds Day, which is an annual show of support for the Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride in Iran. Airstrikes were reported along the route of the march, with at least one woman killed. And rescuers are searching for survivors after an Israeli airstrike on a residential neighborhood in Tehran. Israel had issued forced evacuation orders for parts of the capital and Qazvin in the north, and says it's continuing wide-scale attacks across Iran. Toad Asadi now reports from Tehran on the rallies.
For the third time in the past week, people have gathered in downtown Tehran at Enqilab Square, this time for Quds Day, an annual event to express support to Palestinians and also opposition to Israeli occupation. The event was first initiated in 1979 by Iran's then Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and since then, it has been observed every year in Iran and in several other countries. But this year, the situation is totally different. Over the past 2 weeks, Iran has been hit by a sustained campaign of airstrikes carried out by Israel and the United States. On the very first day of those attacks, Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed alongside several senior military commanders, an event that dramatically raised the stakes. Since then, waves of strikes have left a trail of damage and destruction, even in many civilian areas. Red Crescent says 20,000 residential units have been partially damaged or fully destroyed, and the human toll continues to mount as war goes on. The escalation comes after another round of war Israel started 9 months ago back in June, followed by a period of increasingly heated rhetoric between Tehran and Tel Aviv. All of that is now fitting into the atmosphere here today. Emotions are clearly high as we speak to people.
Oppression always comes to an end. Injustice will disappear. God willing, we'll stay here until Israel is destroyed. We stand behind our leader. We've come to pledge allegiance to him.
And the demonstration happens as the airstrikes go on.
We are the nation of Imam Hussein, and we are here to show this. They think that by killing us, we will be afraid, that by dropping bombs on our heads, we will be afraid. No, we stand by our country.
The proud people of Iran have shown the oppressive and arrogant powers of the world that the wall of oppression can be broken. Today, with their presence in different squares, the people showed that it is possible to overcome injustice and break the wall of oppression.
For many in this crowd, this event is no longer just about expression of support for Palestinians, but also a show of defiance and resilience here at home. Toida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Okay, let's bring in our guest panel. In the studio, we're joined by Mohammed Al-Masri. He's a professor of media studies here at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And from Tehran, we've got Abbas Aslani, senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. A very warm welcome to both of you. Abbas, if I could start with you, I wanted to first get your reaction to this press briefing that we've just had from the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, describing Iran's leadership in disarray after the deaths of many of its figures. He compared the Muqtada, the new leader of Iran, Muqtada Khamenei, to a rat who is hiding underground. Extraordinary comments there from him. How do you think that's going to go down with Iranian leadership?
We have been seeing that there was a vacuum initially following the assassination of the late leader, which was filled by the quick election of the new leader. And what it seems from the American side is that they have been trying to shift goalposts when it comes to the outcome from the ongoing war. They have been, shifting from the previous outcomes. They were talking about regime change. Then they were, speaking of arming, separatist groups in order to bring chaos. And now these days they are saying that they have been able to destroy the military capabilities of the country. However, we are seeing that Iran is able yet to target American and Israeli assets in the region. It seems that the American side is trying to manufacture a victory sign in order to be able to find an off-ramp later in the near future. And but when he is talking about the Iranian leadership hiding underground, I think if that was the case, the late leader was not assassinated. And currently we have the new leader. He had a statement yesterday. But I think by those remarks, they are trying to somehow provoke a new, let's say, presence by the new leader. And according to the situation and assassination threats, I think the security protocols here are more stricter, and we might be again hearing from him, the new leader, sometime soon. And
let me ask you about
this, issue.
When you hear this sort of messaging, when ordinary Iranians hear this sort of messaging from, top U.S. leaders, how does it go down with them? Do you think as a result, you get more rallying around the flag, if you like?
One thing in reaction to what the American officials and leaders have been saying is that uncertainty, and they have been, conflicting messages coming from them. One day talking, approaching to the end of the war. The other day they are saying that they are going to continue. But first and foremost, regarding what you asked, initially the U.S. thought that in the aftermath of any military aggression against the country, given and against the backdrop of recent economic protests in the country, they thought that they could provoke a kind of, let's say, a public uprising against the political establishment, and the people would come to the streets to protest against the government. But this backfired. These days, specifically at nights, we are seeing people gather in Tehran at different spots and across the country in other cities. But those gatherings are to condemn the aggression and to support the political system. So as you said, we are witnessing a rally around the flag impact this time, like what happened back in June 2025. This is also the case because normally people, even those who are critical of the political system, they do not welcome a foreign intervention because they know that the help that Trump promised is, dropping bombs, killing, girls, students in Minab, southern Iran, or let's say bringing death and destruction. So that's why even those who are not happy with the current political system do not like that American intervention.
Okay, Mohammed, if I could turn to you, what do you make of the U.S. messaging? Because it's not just the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Donald Trump, the U.S. President has also had that sort of hardline messaging. Are they trying to provoke the Iranian leadership, the Iranian people, if you like, or is this more just for the domestic audience back home in the US?
I think it's mostly for the domestic audience. Hegseth is clearly trying to project confidence. Same with Trump, confidence and success, trying to reassure the American citizenry. I think this comes in the context of the polling data. I'm sure that Donald Trump, he does watch a lot of television, I think, as everybody knows. And so he has access to the polling data. This is, in all likelihood, the lowest rated war at the start of a war in American history. World War II rivals it to some extent, but it's very unpopular. People are seeing, gas prices rise. Now Americans are being killed. Four more Americans at least were killed yesterday in Iraq. So it's not a popular war. And so Hegseth and Trump are trying to project confidence. I thought it was interesting what Hegseth said. He said that, and I wrote some of this down. He said that the Iranian military had been devastated. He said, and I'm quoting now, no Air Force, no air defense, no Navy. He said they had almost destroyed their military or their missile launchers. And he said that Iran has no combat, he said that they are combat ineffective. So I'm trying to understand that in light of what you all have been reporting and other media have been reporting all morning about attacks in Israel and across the Gulf. So, I think that maybe Hegseth is underestimating the Iranian military, and that feeds into some of this sort of U.S. propaganda that we've been seeing.
Thank you so much to both our guests, Abbas Aslani there in Tehran and Mohammed Al-Masri here in Doha. Now, the United States will temporarily allow countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. The Treasury Department says that the 30-day reprieve will apply only to vessels which are already loaded. The move is the latest attempt by the Trump administration to stabilize energy markets. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It's crucial to the transport of oil and gas from the Gulf. On Thursday, the U.S. announced the release of 172 million barrels of oil from a strategic reserve. European leaders have raised concern about the purchase of Russian oil due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Well, the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has rattled the global shipping industry. Some vessels traveling between Asia and Europe are now going all the way around Africa in order to avoid more potential disruptions. Mida Miller has more from Cape Town.
Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are forcing shipping companies to rethink how goods and energy move around the world. Now, that's where other shipping routes may come in. Instead of moving through the Gulf and onto the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, some vessels are taking the much longer journey around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. But the longer route increases travel by 3,000 to 5,000 nautical miles. That's 10 to 14 extra days of travel. That means higher fuel costs. In total, this detour adds about $1 million in extra costs per trip. Now, while port authorities here at the Cape Town port say they're ready to handle the additional traffic, ships that may take the Cape route are not stopping at these ports. It would take up too much time and cost more. The rerouting might offer some benefits to African ports, but that will be far short of the extra costs for shipping companies and their clients. Mida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Joining us from London is James Medway. He's the co-director of Verdant, an economic policy think tank and former UK Treasury official. Many thanks for joining the programme. So we are now roughly 2 weeks into this war. We've seen Iranian attacks on shipping and energy infrastructure in the Gulf appear to be escalating. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. And we have heard from Iran's new supreme leader, who's vowed to keep it that way. Oil prices have already climbed back above $100 a barrel. So given everything we are seeing and where we are right now, how concerned are you about the direction of oil prices?
Well, this is, I mean, the International Energy Agency has already described this as the worst disruption to global oil markets since a global oil market has existed. That's many, many decades that oil has been an internationally traded commodity. This is the worst that we've ever seen. So you'd anticipate, particularly if the war continues, and I don't claim to be a military expert, but it certainly looks like that is going to be the case. You'd anticipate with whatever $100 and more a barrel now, you'd see this going up into the distance from this point onwards, with all the inflationary impacts because of that. You're already seeing the impact at petrol stations around the world. You can see straight away it costs more just to fill up your car and drive about the place. But it was what happens next, the transport of food, the transport of manufactured goods. We've just heard of the reroutings around the Cape of Good Hope, the additional costs for moving anything anywhere. And then, of course, it's also not just oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz. It's a third of the world's fertilizer. So that feeds into how much farmers have to pay to grow crops. And that, of course, starts to turn into food price rises somewhere down the line.
Right. So huge impacts potentially on food prices, inflation more generally. You've argued this conflict with Iran could actually become a turning point for globalization. Could you explain to our viewers what you mean by that?
Well, you could start with the disruption that's happened to this global market of oil. That what you have had for decades is, in principle, you can be someone who wants oil, you can be a refiner, you can be someone selling petrol, you can use it for plastic processes, and you can obtain that oil from somewhere else in the world, and there's a standard uniform price that everyone pays, and that oil will turn up, and that's a big globalized market. Disruptions of this type, something that's so big and so massive that the price gets to the point where no one can afford that, starts to lead to that market breaking down. You start to see things like, for instance, that you see in China, where China has said we're not going to be exporting certain kinds of fuels to the rest of the world. You get countries that start to say we have a strategic reserve of petroleum. So China, Japan, Korea, the US has a large reserve. They start to use that instead of going to the global market. This is the way in which globalization, this big idea that you would have a global economy that can supply pretty much anything anybody wants to buy anywhere in the world, starts to fall away, and you get something that's much more regionalized, much more under government control, and different to what we've lived under for the last several decades now.
And you are in Britain, obviously, and you've suggested that Britain is particularly exposed to these risks because of its economy and how it's been built over the decades around this sort of highly globalized system. Why is the UK more vulnerable than others? And are there other countries in a similar position?
We're talking here really about developed countries, so the richer group of nations, and the UK really sticks out because it is a place that really went for globalization. It became a very heavily dependent on imports from the rest of the world because it was plugged into a big global market. You think about what the City of London does, you know, lots of trading and finance and this sort of thing. It's all part of that globalized system, and that pays for us, in effect, to keep on buying stuff from the rest of the world. If that system breaks down, if there are huge shocks everywhere else, suddenly your economy, in this case the UK's, that is dependent on imports of oil and gas. We import about 50% of the natural gas that we use, and crucially, I would say, food, of which about 40% and more of the food we eat is imported, and 100% of the ammonia we need for fertilizer to grow the food that we eat here is imported. You're really exposed. So big shocks in prices, big shocks to supply in the rest of the world feed very rapidly into impacts on people's standard of living in the UK. For other parts of the world, of course, for the developing world, for poorer countries where the cost of food is a much more important part of people's budgets, the shocks could be even worse, I would say, at this point.
And a lot of this is obviously linked to the fact that you have a huge share of global trade moving through some of these narrow maritime routes like the Strait of Hormuz, which we've been talking about. Why has the global economy framed itself this way, exposed itself this way, become so dependent on just a handful of these strategic choke points?
Well, this wasn't meant to happen, put it that way. It was meant to be that once you have a global market and you could, as I said, get a barrel of oil or however much you want anywhere in the world from the places where the oil is produced, that all works fine for as long as you can guarantee the security and safety of the transport that takes place all across the world. And what we've seen over the last few years is clearly that's broken down. The Strait of Hormuz is now, to all intents and purposes, closed to most shipping. We've seen more recently that the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula closed just again for geopolitical reasons. And climate change has played a part too. The Panama Canal was restricted for the last few years because of a drought in Central America. So that restricts how you can move things around the world. The basic problem is that the stuff that we want to consume everywhere can only come from certain places. Some places have oil and gas, other places do not. Everybody needs oil and gas. So you end up with choke points that appear around the places where you get oil and gas and fertilizer and some other things from. And that is a real vulnerability that's now built into the system.
So interesting to talk to you, James Medway, co-director of Verdant, an economic policy think tank and former UK Treasury official. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as we've been saying, many ships have been stuck on either side of the Strait of Hormuz because of the war in the Middle East. It's also upended the lives of thousands of Filipino sailors who form the backbone of the commercial shipping industry. Jamila Alingdogan reports from Manila.
Around 1 in every 4 seafarers in the world is from the Philippines. They work on ships that carry oil, food, and goods across the world, including through critical choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iran war is disrupting transit. It often takes 4 to 5 years of study at a maritime academy. Training centers like Mariana Academy in Manila has prepared thousands of sailors for international shipping lines. For many of them, it will lead to some of the world's most dangerous sea lanes. Rodolfo Dayandante has been working on shipping vessels for nearly 20 years. He says there is a reason Filipino maritime workers are sought after.
Being a consultant rented, you give us something to do, and we will do it with excellent for you, okay? And we don't compromise safety.
Louie Tarantan hopes to follow the same path.
I've always wanted to become a seafarer. I work hard to improve myself. I want to help my family after everything they've done for me.
But speak to many Filipinos and they will tell you something striking. This is not just about providing for their families. It is also about seeing the world and being part of it. And in doing so, Filipinos have become more than just migrants. They are now a vital part of the global workforce.
The Philippines is thousands of kilometers from the Middle East, and it may not control the oil that passes through these waters, but its sailors are right in the middle of an escalating conflict. Jamila Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Well, the US and Israeli attacks on Iran has had effects far beyond the conflict itself and economic repercussions. Satellite-based navigation here in the Gulf has become unreliable for many people, both on the ground and in the air, because of military jamming and spoofing of GPS signals. Colin Baker explains how it all works.
Position, direction, time. 3 data points that tell the pilot of a plane or the captain of a ship where they are. And right now, here in this region, this data is being disrupted like never before. Look at these maps. One shows ship navigation interference across the entire Arabian Gulf. Another shows the same for aircraft. There's interference everywhere. Pilots, captains, and even our phones read their location from satellites. This is GPS, the Global Positioning System, or one of its equivalents. Now, that satellite sends a signal at 100 watts from 20,000 kilometers away. That's about the same as looking at a light bulb from 20,000 kilometers. By the time it reaches the ground, it's a tiny fraction of its original strength. A strong broadcast on the same frequency overwhelms it. So interfering with GPS is not only doable, it's becoming a lot more common than you think. Interference from outside sources makes ships appear in unusual locations. Ships in the Gulf have appeared inside Iran or as far away as West Africa. They look like they're spinning in little circles on land. Even personal devices here in Qatar have been confused. It's dangerous, disorienting, and from an insurance or legal perspective, it means shipping logs might include stops in sanctioned countries. And it's increasing. The insurance firm Lloyd's of London says nearly 4,000 jamming events affected nearly 3,000 ships here in the past week. Windward AI, a monitoring platform, says the prevalence and number of vessels affected is now unprecedented. Now, it's not only jamming. Spoofing is another form of interference, broadcasting deliberately false GPS data. Some defense systems and some weapons use spoofing to deceive adversaries, but civilian planes pick it up too. And it's so common, there's now a standard practice to manage it. Commercial pilots flying near Ukraine and Western Russia, for instance, turn off their satellite navigation systems on every flight. And they're starting to do so here as well. If they don't, false signals shift their maps, change their clocks, or even tell them to make a sharp turn suddenly. These navigation systems were built to make aviation and shipping safer. If they stop working, what else is there? Well, a compass and a gyroscope to find position, direction, and time, and a radio to communicate it. Experts say the next generation of captains may have to look to the past to get around in the future.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the other global stories making headlines. Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says officials have held talks with the U.S. government over Washington's oil blockade. The island nation relies heavily on energy imports, particularly from Venezuela and Mexico. The Trump administration has cut off shipments from Venezuelan oil and threatened tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. No fuel shipments have reached Cuba in 3 months, deepening an already severe economic crisis there. Ukraine has struck one of the largest crude oil hubs in Russia. A large fire broke out at an oil depot located in the south of the country. Russian officials say the fire has now been extinguished. The hub is a major oil transshipment and pumping station supplying Russian southern regions and Black Sea exports. Displaced Palestinians who fled Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their temporary shelters destroyed. The Israeli army bombed their tents on Wednesday. Israel has continued to carry out attacks across the Strip despite agreeing to a US-brokered ceasefire last year. The health ministry says Israeli strikes have killed over 650 Palestinians since the truce came into effect in early October. And in Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional officials say it happened in several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week. Rescue teams are still searching for survivors. And drought has pushed entire communities in northern Kenya to the brink. Repeated failed rainy seasons have wiped out livestock, their main source of livelihood. With traditional water sources drying up, the government is now turning to vast underground aquifers that remain largely untapped. Catherine Sawyer reports from Turkana County in northern Kenya.
People in the village of Kainama say they've not received humanitarian aid this year. They thought we were bringing food. Many say their goats and sheep have died after successive prolonged droughts in Turkana County. An elder leads a community in prayer, asking for rain.
We are suffering from hunger. We don't have water. Our livestock have died. We have nothing. We used to burn charcoal, but there are no trees anymore to do that.
This woman shows us what they rely on for food: wild berries with little nutritional value. They take us to their only source of water. It's drying up. Hundreds of people, along with their livestock, share this well.
The women come from different villages and they walk for several kilometers to get to this watering point. And sometimes there's no water, so they have to wait. The water itself is quite dirty.
Veronica Akalapatan and her neighbors say they've been here for hours.
Once we get here, we dig up the water from the well. We collect fruit. We wait for the water to fill the well. We take turns to fetch it because there's so little. There are many of us, and sometimes we fight over it.
But hundreds of meters underground are multiple aquifers, layers of rock and soil containing water. And the government is hoping to tap into these sources. The largest was discovered in 2013. It covers roughly 5,000 kilometers and holds about 250 trillion liters of water. But much of the water is salty and expensive to purify. So the project has stalled.
So the big challenge there is salinity. There are studies that are now currently ongoing for both the Napu Aquifer and Lotikipi Aquifer. The interest of this kind of study is to map areas of maybe fresh water occurrence and then very saline zones.
It's a rainy season in Kenya. Turkana is unlikely to receive much. But when it does rain, There is joy all around. Still, people here know such moments are fleeting. Back in Kainama, Veronica finally returns home. She's managed to collect 20 liters of water for the day. It's barely enough for everyone. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Kainama, Northern Kenya.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. You can find lots more information on all our stories on our website, aljazeera.com. I'll be back in just a moment.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense.
We acted out of necessity.
I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
We saw this.
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters. Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
I'm Malin Saeed. Iran's president and other senior leaders join the crowds as tens of thousands of people rally in Tehran despite U.S. and Israeli airstrikes.
Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
The U.S. dismisses Iran's supreme leader as weak and says the country's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures. 4 U.S. soldiers are killed after military refueling aircraft involved in the Iran war crashes in western Iraq. A barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded. And Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise.
The conflict
Tap in
between
for
Israel,
real
the
news
U.S. and
where
Iran
your voice
shows no
matters.
sign of ending. The death toll is rising, and the number of people forced from their homes is now in the millions. But that hasn't stopped thousands of Iranians, including the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, from rallying in the capital, Tehran. They are marking Al-Quds Day, which is an annual show of support for Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride. There were airstrikes along the route of the march, with at least one woman killed. The U.S. and Israel have also bombed other parts of the country. More than 1,300 civilians have now been killed since the war began. Meanwhile, U.S. Central Command has confirmed that 4 crew members of a refueling plane were killed when it crashed in Iraq on Thursday night. That brings the total death toll of U.S. troops to 11. A new wave of Iranian attacks has also hit northern Israel. More than 50 people were injured when missiles struck a village near Nazareth. And in Beirut, Israeli air raids targeted residential neighborhoods. More than 800,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli army and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. We're covering developments from Washington, D.C., the White House, Doha, Beirut, and Ramallah. But first, let's hear from the U.S. Defense Secretary. Speaking at a briefing at the Pentagon a little earlier, Pete Hegseth claimed the Iran's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures.
We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently, killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
Let's begin with Patty Colhane, who's in Washington, to unpack all this for us now. Patty, so more fighting talk there from the U.S. Secretary of Defense about how America's war in Iran is going, saying the U.S. won't show, in his words, any mercy to its enemies.
Yes, this has become the running theme of these Pentagon briefings, which up until now have been exceptionally rare. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, trying to use what I think they perceive as tough language to project that, in their words, the war is going well, to fight back against some of the headlines. One of the things he was very irked by is the headlines that said the war is widening. He said the only thing that's widening is our advantage. Obviously, the war is in fact widening. If you look at all of the countries around the region facing missile strikes, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, this is a very big concern for the American people because they have seen gas prices rise in some cases by 60 cents a gallon since this started. There was already an affordability crisis. So when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which is causing the oil markets to fluctuate so wildly, he said, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, in his words, you don't need to worry about it. And he said that accusations are that they didn't realize that this could be an issue, that's unfounded, that they knew this could happen. Well, the question is, if they knew this could happen, then why is it happening? He talked about, we have ways to mitigate that, and only Iran is causing the congestion in the Strait of Hormuz, which is a bit baffling because for a decade or so, whenever the subject of Iran comes up, and I would speak to military commanders, they would say that that is their biggest concern. It's a very narrow piece, a narrow strip of water that pretty much any missile or any weapon can hit, any passing cargo, as we've seen. It has been happening. And just a couple of days ago, the Pentagon started talking about taking out the ships that can drop mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Experts that I've talked to say that's baffling, that it wasn't a first priority. They did say that none of the ships that have been targeted have hit mines, but they wouldn't say if they believe that the strait is in fact mined. But it would seem, again, and most of the experts I've talked to say highly likely that the mines have been placed.
Let's turn now to Kimberly Holkert, who is live at the White House. Kimberly, so the U.S. president and Pete Hegseth clearly trying to present a very optimistic, very aggressive front when it comes to this messaging. To what extent is this targeted to a domestic audience? And if so, how is it going down?
There's no question that the statements coming from the Pentagon briefing, as well as the U.S. president's latest Truth Social posting, are meant to project success in Israel-U.S. war on Iran. But in the face of mounting casualties, not only 11 service members and counting potentially, but also the 150 plus that are wounded, this is a growing concern for the American public. Add to that, the cost of gasoline or petrol has gone up 50 cents a gallon in just the past week, leading to affordability issues for ordinary Americans. So to counter the concerns of skepticism that are coming from within the president's own supporters, the White House has been releasing slick video and Instagram type postings that look like they are produced in Hollywood in order to project that the United States is winning, as we heard in the Pentagon briefing earlier, this defense secretary saying that Friday will be the busiest day as they continue to fly sorties and hit targets of the Americans' choosing. But again, the American public is skeptical. The majority of polling data showing that most Americans are not in support of this war, and particularly skeptical are not only independents, but also, again, members of the president's own Republican Party.
Okay, thank you for that, Kimberly Holker there at the White House. Now, as we've been reporting, hundreds of thousands of Iranians today, including the president and other top officials, have been rallying across the country for Al-Quds Day. This is despite airstrikes continuing by the United States and Israel. Toad Asadi has been out amongst those marching.
For the third time in the past week, people have gathered in downtown Tehran at Enqilab Square, this time for Quds Day, an annual event to express support to Palestinians and also opposition to Israeli occupation. The event was first initiated in 1979 by Iran's then Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and since then it has been observed every year in Iran and in several other countries. But this year, the situation is totally different. Over the past 2 weeks, Iran has been hit by a sustained campaign of airstrikes carried out by Israel and the United States. On the very first day of those attacks, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed alongside several senior military commanders, an event that dramatically raised the stakes. Since then, waves of strikes have left a trail of damage and destruction, even in many civilian areas. Red Crescent says 20,000 residential units have been partially damaged or fully destroyed, and the human toll continues to mount as war goes on. The escalation comes after another round of war Israel started 9 months ago back in June, followed by a period of increasingly heated rhetoric between Tehran and Tel Aviv. All of that is now fitting into the atmosphere here today. Emotions are clearly high as we speak to people.
Oppression always comes to an end. Injustice will disappear. God willing, we'll stay here until Israel is destroyed. We stand behind our leader. We've come to pledge allegiance to him.
And the demonstration happens as the airstrikes go on.
We are the nation of Imam Hussein, and we are here to show this. They think that by killing us, we will be afraid, that by dropping bombs on our heads, we will be afraid. No, we stand by our country.
The proud people of Iran have shown the oppressive and arrogant powers of the world that the wall of oppression can be broken. Today, with their presence in different squares, the people showed that it is possible to overcome injustice and break the wall of oppression.
For many in this crowd, this event is no longer just about expression of support for Palestinians, but also a show of defiance and resilience here at home. Toad Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
And a new wave of Iranian attacks has targeted northern Israel, injuring dozens. More than 50 people have been evacuated for medical treatment after missiles struck homes in a village near Nazareth. The Israeli military says Iran launched 2 waves of strikes within about half an hour. Julie Dager reports.
People across Israel are continuing to pay the price as their government wages a multi-front war on Iran and on Hezbollah in Lebanon. One of the latest Iranian strikes hit the northern village of Zarazir near Nazareth, wounding dozens of people and severely damaging homes.
I was leaving my uncle's house in a vehicle when the missile hit this house and the one below. I felt the roof of the vehicle cave in on me.
I was at home. The whole house collapsed. Everything was destroyed.
Zarazir is one of many Palestinian-Israeli communities not protected by Israel's Iron Dome defense system, leaving them vulnerable to strikes. Interceptions occur frequently over these villages and towns where many Palestinian homes don't have adequate bomb shelters.
This is a disgrace. You cannot provide protection. How many people do you think you can fit in here? This is not a solution that can provide safety.
Hezbollah is also attacking Israel. The military said on Thursday that the group had fired around 200 rockets at Israel the night before, describing it as one of the biggest barrages since cross-border hostilities resumed earlier this month.
There was a boom. The whole house shook.
glass shattered, an apocalyptic atmosphere. The main thing is everyone's okay.
2 weeks into the war between the US, Israel, and Iran, with mixed messages from the leaders waging it, civilians caught in the crossfire are bracing for what lies ahead. Julie Dager, Al Jazeera.
Noor Odeh is live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So as we heard in that reporting, Noor, Iranian attacks continuing to hit and target Israel. How is this going down with the Israeli people?
Well, there is a lot of frustration, especially in the northern communities, which are, as we saw in the report there, extremely vulnerable. They are less protected, and they've paid the price time and again for Israel's war. In 2025, 5 people died in Tamra, which is very close to that town that was hit overnight, because of the lack of protection and shelters and so on. In the Negev, where a lot of the missiles are targeted because there are a lot of military bases, there are several unrecognized Bedouin communities that do not have any shelter or protection, that aren't even covered by the Iron Dome or Israel's multi-layered system of air defense. Now, the Israeli government is extending the state of emergency. There will be no in-person instruction in schools in Israel next week. There is talk and some calls for the evacuation of communities, especially in the border area in the north, but no decision has been taken there. And in the meantime, Israel says it attacked 200 targets in Iran, but that this will continue for some time, at least for weeks to come, because the job, as Israel has defined it, is not finished. And on Lebanon, we heard from the Minister of Defense, who said that the Lebanese government will suffer the consequences for Hezbollah's actions by losing territory, which means that Israel wants to occupy more land, and also by Israel targeting civilian infrastructure, as we saw earlier with that targeting of a bridge in the Litani River.
Thank you so much for that, Noor Odeh, there for us in Ramallah. Well, as Noor was saying there, Israel has been launching more attacks in Lebanon. There's been a large explosion in the Al-Fawa area of the southern city of Sidon. Lebanon's health ministry says 8 people were killed, another 9 were wounded. Israel's also launched attacks on the capital, Beirut, including residential neighborhoods. One strike hit a building in the densely populated district of Burj Hammoud. More than 822,000 people have now been forced out of their homes in Lebanon since Israel and Hezbollah began fighting again this month. The health ministry says over 680 people have been killed. Lebanon's interior minister has said national unity is key to pulling through the crisis.
We've discussed many measures that must be applied to make sure people are safe and secure. We do everything within the law, and we have a lot of intelligence information. And time and again, we rely on the responsibility of the Lebanese people, because our national unity must always be in our minds, and we depend a lot on this. The unity of the people is important to get rid of troubles and to begin any progress.
Let's go to Bernard Smith, who's live in Beirut for us. So, Bernard, as we've been hearing, there are more attacks in the south of Lebanon and also in Beirut, in the capital. What more can you tell us?
Well, Malene, in addition to those attacks that you already mentioned, the Israeli army in the last couple of hours has dropped a huge amount of leaflets over central Beirut. There was a huge sonic boom as the aircraft dropped these leaflets, and essentially they say, obviously in Arabic, you must disarm Hezbollah, Iran's shield, this leaflet says. He says, if you want to be part of real change and contribute to the prosperity and protection of your country, we are here to listen to you. And there is a QR code on there for people to click, although the Lebanese army has warned that that QR code links to Israeli intelligence, recruitment channels, and urges people not to scan them.
And what are the consequences, Bernard, of Israel striking outside what are traditional Hezbollah areas?
Well, ordinarily, most of the airstrikes have been in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is generally a Hezbollah stronghold, and in the south of Lebanon in some areas that are Hezbollah's strongholds, or where Hezbollah has a presence of its fighters. But by expanding its campaign, by Israel targeting locations in central Beirut that are not traditionally Hezbollah areas, Shia areas, then they're bringing that campaign to other parts of Lebanese society. Is it a society split on sectarian grounds, Shia, Muslim, Sunni Muslim, different Christian sects, Druze? And what happens is that the risk is that you bring the fight to these areas and it starts to create resentment. It starts to fuel sectarian tensions. And when people who are fleeing parts of southern Lebanon, southern Beirut come into these areas, it also risks creating tensions, and some political parties have been playing on that here. It's prompted both the president and the prime minister of Lebanon to appeal to Lebanese unity, to appeal to people not to exploit sectarian tensions, which is what Israel is risking doing by hitting these targets in non-traditional Hezbollah areas.
Okay, thank you for that update, Bernard Smith, there for us in Beirut. Now, the US and Israeli attacks on Iran has had effects far beyond the conflict itself. Satellite-based navigation here in the Gulf has become unreliable for many people, both on the ground and in the air, because of military jamming and spoofing of GPS signals. Colin Baker explains how it all works.
Position, direction, time. 3 data points that tell the pilot of a plane or the captain of a ship where they are. And right now, here in this region, this data is being disrupted like never before. Look at these maps. One shows ship navigation interference across the entire Arabian Gulf. Another shows the same for aircraft. There's interference everywhere. Pilots, captains, and even our phones read their location from satellites. This is GPS, the Global Positioning System, or one of its equivalents. Now, that satellite sends a signal at 100 watts from 20,000 kilometers away. That's about the same as looking at a light bulb from 20,000 kilometers. By the time it reaches the ground, it's a tiny fraction of its original strength. A strong broadcast on the same frequency overwhelms it. So interfering with GPS is not only doable, it's becoming a lot more common than you think. Interference from outside sources makes ships appear in unusual locations. Ships in the Gulf have appeared inside Iran or as far away as West Africa. They look like they're spinning in little circles on land. Even personal devices here in Qatar have been confused. It's dangerous, disorienting, and from an insurance or legal perspective, it means shipping logs might include stops in sanctioned countries. And it's increasing. The insurance firm Lloyd's of London says nearly 4,000 jamming events affected nearly 3,000 ships here in the past week. Windward AI, a monitoring platform, says the prevalence and number of vessels affected is now unprecedented. Now, it's not only jamming. Spoofing is another form of interference, broadcasting deliberately false GPS data. Some defense systems and some weapons use spoofing to deceive adversaries, but civilian planes pick it up too. And it's so common, there's now a standard practice to manage it. Commercial pilots flying near Ukraine and Western Russia, for instance, turn off their satellite navigation systems on every flight. And they're starting to do so here as well. If they don't, false signals shift their maps, change their clocks, or even tell them to make a sharp turn suddenly. These navigation systems were built to make aviation and shipping safer. If they stop working, what else is there? Well, a compass and a gyroscope to find position, direction, and time, and a radio to communicate it. Experts say the next generation of captains may have to look to the past to get around in the future.
Okay, let's get the view on how this is all playing out across other parts of the GCC. Dmitry Medvedenko is here for us live in Doha. So attacks continue, Dmitry, across the region, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Iraq, Oman, including some people having now lost their lives. Talk us through the latest updates.
That is correct, and that is in Oman. There's 2 people, 2 expatriates that were killed in Oman as a result of an attack on the Suha province. These are basically the first fatalities in this conflict for the country. The U.S. Embassy has also issued a warning to its citizens not to leave anywhere further than 50 kilometers away from the embassy in Muscat. And Also in Dubai, just minutes ago, we've had a warning that they're dealing with, the authorities are dealing with a ballistic missile threat. There were images circulated across social media of clouds of smoke as a result of a drone attack. The authorities there saying that some minor damage was done to the city and that it was a successful interception. However, they don't specify the location, although the videos that we've seen and some witness accounts suggest that it's right next to the DIFC, the Dubai International Financial Center. There's some context here because around 2 days ago, Iran said that it has free rein now to target US and Israeli-linked financial and economic institutions after one of its banks got attacked by the US and Israel. And we've also been reporting in the past 24 hours that many banks, including HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Citibank, as well as PricewaterhouseCoopers and Deloitte, these companies have all closed their offices in the Middle East for the rest of the week, just for safety precautions to ensure the safety of their employees and their clients. And in Saudi Arabia, several drones were downed in the east, which were reportedly targeting the Shaiba oil field. This has been going on for several days. Here in Qatar, we haven't had our phones blasting for more than 24 hours now, although authorities did explain that they only send out these alarms when additional precautionary measures are advised to citizens and residents. And Qatar Airways, at the same time, has reported that it has reconfigured some of its planes from passenger to deliver cargo, essential goods, things like medicines and baby formula in the past couple of days coming into Doha to ensure there is no shortage of that. Also, the national flag carrier has said that most of the 8,000 passengers that were stranded in Doha airport have now been successfully repatriated. So countries are indeed trying to adapt to this situation because there's no sign of abating of these attacks coming from Iran for the foreseeable future for now.
Okay, Dmitry, thank you for that. Dmitry Medvedenko updating us there in Doha. Now, I just want to bring you some news that's just coming into us now. I can confirm that all 6 U.S. service members are dead. This is after that incident overnight that saw a U.S. military refueling aircraft involved in the war with Iran that crashed in western Iraq. So just confirming that we are now hearing that all 6 U.S. service members have lost their lives. Okay, let's speak to Abbas Aslani, who joins us from Tehran. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Good to see you again. So we've been reporting just a short time ago, the U.S. Secretary of Defense speaking to the media, dismissing Iran's supreme leader, calling him weak, saying the country's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures. When Iranian leaders hear that kind of messaging from Washington, do they interpret it as a sign of U.S. confidence, or do they see it as political messaging aimed mainly for a domestic American audience?
Well, this comes at a time that high-ranking Iranian officials today marched in the streets of Tehran to support Palestinian people on the occasion of Quds Day. And this also turned into, the support for Iranian establishment amid the ongoing war. He said that Iranian leaders are hiding, but they were on the streets in order to show a sign of a shared resilience toward the foreign aggression. And this seems to be mostly, as you said, for a domestic audience back in the United States, because if Iranian, even the late leader was hiding, underground, he was not assassinated. And so this is something I think for the American audience, maybe also a secondary, target could be to somehow bring instability or uncertainty in the Iranian society, specifically at the time that this aligns with the recent attacks in different civilian infrastructure here in the capital city or other cities across the country, and targeting some checkpoints, which somehow hint that there might be some efforts to bring a sense of chaos or intimidation to the country.
Abbas, you mentioned what we saw on Iranian state television a little earlier this morning, showing the thousands of people across the Islamic Republic taking part in the annual Al-Quds Day. Were you surprised to see so many Iranians joining the rallies in Tehran, despite the strikes, the ongoing strikes that they're facing in their country?
Well, maybe the initial, perception from the American side was that against the backdrop of recent political, economic protests in the country, if they attack the country, people would join them to uprise against the political system. But interestingly, I was seeing, even yesterday, that some people who were expressing dissatisfaction during the economic protest, they last night joined the gatherings in order to condemn the foreign aggression. So this indicates that classically and traditionally in Iranian society, at the time of a foreign aggression, they unite around the flag, and they seem to be somehow united against that foreign intervention. That's why Iranian officials and elite interpret this as a failure for the United States. They thought that a regime change could be coming as a result of this aggression, but it turned out to be somehow, again, backing for the political establishment. And this is something which is Tehran is saying that has made the United States upset and angry. That's why they are, even we had explosions or bombings near to those, big gatherings here in the capital city. But people were not intimidated, and they started to chant slogans against the United States and Israel.
Yesterday, of course, we heard from the new Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei for the first time. He made a lengthy statement, which was read out on state media. The message painted a picture of defiance with no off-ramp for the war. This sort of fighting talk, do you think it's aimed at the United States and Israel, or do you think Iran is genuinely preparing for a long war?
Well, I think the prospect of the ongoing conflict is a bit ambiguous, because the United States is seeking for an outcome which has not been able to to achieve. They want something to define and to manufacture as a sign of victory. In the meantime, Iran also is trying to establish a new security arrangement or architecture. It is not limiting this to the cessation of hostility this time, because back in June 2025, there was a ceasefire. Some were critical that the time was not right for stopping that conflict, because again we saw a renewed aggression against the country. This time they say that they have to continue till the moment that at that point they can make sure that there will be no future aggression against the country. So that's why Iran is trying to make sure that there will be a new security architecture in place, and that this is something about not just the current ongoing war, but about the future of the regional order. And I have been hearing from officials in Tehran saying that the regional order will not be the same as in the past, and it will change. And that's why we are seeing both sides trying to somehow dictate their own terms for the future coming order. And that's why Iran thinks that it needs to inflict enough costs to the other side in order to make sure that in the future upcoming order and arrangement, its security will be and the peace will be guaranteed.
Okay, Abbas Aslani, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, speaking to us there from Tehran. Thank you. Okay, you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder for our top stories this hour. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that Iran's leadership is in disarray after the deaths of many senior figures. Speaking at a briefing at the Pentagon earlier, Hegseth claimed U.S. forces have wiped out much of Iran's Navy and Air Force, along with most of its missile and drone capabilities. Thousands of Iranians, including the president Masoud Pezeshkian, have been rallying in the capital Tehran. They've been marking Al-Quds Day, an annual show of support for the Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride in Iran. Airstrikes were reported along the route of the march, with at least one woman killed. Rescuers are searching for survivors after an Israeli airstrike on a residential neighborhood in Tehran. Israel had issued forced evacuation orders for parts of the capital and Qazvin in the north. It says it's continuing wide-scale attacks across Iran. Now, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has described Iran's attempt to block the Strait of Hormuz as an act of desperation. Hundreds of ships remain stranded in the region. Associated Press reporter Inzaman Rashid has more from Dibba in the UAE, just by the Strait of Hormuz.
There are around 1,000 ships still anchored in the water here towards the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz and in the waters around it. 200 of them are oil tankers. You may be able to see some in the distance there, containers just waiting. They've been there for around 8 or 9 days or so since the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively closed by the Iranian military. We know usually this is a very busy stretch of water. 20% of the world's oil passes through it, and around 20 million barrels of oil every single day. There's not been any near those numbers over the last 9 days or so. The only tankers that have managed to get through are, in fact, ones exporting Iranian oil, mainly to China. In fact, Iran has been exporting much more oil than it usually does, and in normal times when the Strait of Hormuz is open. Of course, they have full control here, so they can essentially do whatever they want. And the other ships aren't passing through because there are threats that they will be targeted, and we've seen that over the last few days in particular. Now, the Joint Maritime Information Center has suggested that the threat level in these waters right now is at critical. They've done a risk assessment, and that is their assessment of the waters right now. And we can say that because there have been several attacks by the Iranian military on a number of ships.
The Turkish Defense Ministry says that a third missile fired from Iran has been intercepted by NATO air defenses. Warnings were issued on Friday at Incirlik Air Base, where US and NATO troops are stationed. Turkey says at least 3 Iranian missiles have been fired into its airspace in the past 2 weeks, though Iran has denied those accusations. Turkey says it is asking Tehran for an explanation. Sinem Kusyolu has more from Istanbul.
So this is the third attack within the last couple of days, especially in March after the war started. It's the same. It's the same style all the time. The Turkish authorities say this missile was launched from Iran. Usually, Iranian side denies those allegations. We heard Iranian President Pezeshkian telling his Turkish counterpart a couple of days ago that these missiles were not Iran's, and he would be deeply investigating the matter. But according to Turkish Defense Ministry, these missiles were this missile was again intercepted by NATO. NATO has air defense systems deployed in Eastern Mediterranean. And these missiles, the third missile, including the third missile, they are intercepted in the atmosphere before they reach to the airspace. And in the visuals that we saw on social media today, those were the burning fragments of the missile in the Turkish airspace. For the Turkish Foreign Ministry, this is something understandable as long as these missiles are stray or they don't target Turkey. However, if it continues, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said yesterday, we warn the parties, and he mentioned that Turkey is ready for any scenario regarding how the war is going to unfold.
US long-range bombers have begun flying missions from air bases in the United Kingdom. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer granted permission for the aircraft to use the bases for defensive purposes only after initially refusing access. US President Donald Trump has criticized Starmer for that decision. Richard Gaisford reports from RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire.
Well, the Americans are increasing the number of long-range bombers they have here at RAF Fairford. From what we're seeing and hearing, it certainly feels like the operation is building here, and supplies are coming in all of the time. Well, 3 B-52 Stratofortresses arrived at the base this morning, and they're joining 3 other B-52s that have been sat here at the airfield for the last few days. Really continues to be significant levels of activity, with large numbers of JDAM bunker-busting bombs being moved around. And over the last few days, we've seen these munitions being loaded into the B-1 bombers. This morning, 2 of those long-range B-1 aircraft left RAF Fairford, although their destination isn't known. What is clear is the Americans are gathering large numbers of aircraft here, loading them up with tons of high explosives at an airbase the British say can only be used for defensive missions. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
The United States will temporarily allow countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. The Treasury Department says that the 30-day reprieve will apply only to vessels which are already loaded. The move is the latest attempt by the Trump administration to stabilize energy markets. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It's crucial to the transport of oil and gas from the Gulf. On Thursday, the U.S. announced the release of 172 million barrels of oil from a strategic reserve. European leaders have raised concern about the purchase of Russian oil due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Yulia Shapovalova has more from Moscow.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has just said that the U.S. actions to ease sanctions against Russia and Russian oil are an attempt to stabilize energy markets, and that without significant volumes of Russian oil, any stabilization on the energy markets kind of impossible. But what we see now is a minor development, of course, and it won't bring any significant change for Russia and its oil exports. On the other hand, it's a significant step forward in reversing the trend from strengthening sanctions against Russia to weakening them. And Russia is obviously welcoming the move. The increase in oil exports, of course, will help Russia ease its domestic financial burden and bring more revenue to help curb its budget deficit. Also, according to Russian President's envoy Kirill Dmitriev, the global market cannot remain stable without Russia's oil supplies. And we can see that a number of world countries indeed need Russia's oil supplies. Just recently, Bangladesh asked the US to allow it to purchase oil from Russia because its government wants to buy Russian oil due to, supply shortages and a sharp rise in prices, which is hitting its economy.
Well, the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has rattled the global shipping industry, as we've been explaining. And some vessels traveling between Asia and Europe are now going all the way around Africa to avoid more potential disruptions. Famida Miller reports from Cape Town.
Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are forcing shipping companies to rethink how goods and energy move around the world. Now, that's where other shipping routes may come in. Instead of moving through the Gulf and onto the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, some vessels are taking the much longer journey around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. But the longer route increases travel by 3,000 to 5,000 nautical miles. That's 10 to 14 extra days of travel. And that means higher fuel costs. In total, this detour adds about $1 million in extra costs per trip. Now, while port authorities here at the Cape Town port say they're ready to handle the additional traffic, ships that may take the Cape route are not stopping at these ports. It would take up too much time and cost more. The rerouting might offer some benefits to African ports, but that will be far short of the extra costs for shipping companies and their clients. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
As we've been saying, many ships have been stuck on either side of the Strait of Hormuz because of the war in the Middle East. There's also upended the lives of thousands of Filipino sailors who form the backbone of commercial shipping industry. Jamila Alling-Dogan reports from Manila.
Around 1 in every 4 seafarers in the world is from the Philippines. They work on ships that carry oil, food, and goods across the world, including through critical choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iran war is disrupting transit. It often takes 4 to 5 years of study at a maritime academy. Training centers like Mariana Academy in Manila has prepared thousands of sailors for international shipping lines. For many of them, it will lead to some of the world's most dangerous sea lanes. Rodolfo Dayandante has been working on shipping vessels for nearly 20 years. He says there is a reason Filipino maritime workers are sought after.
Being a result-oriented, you give us something to do, and we will do it with excellent for you, okay? And we don't compromise safety.
Loie Tarantan hopes to follow the same path.
I've always wanted to become a seafarer. I work hard to improve myself. I want to help my family after everything they've done for me.
But speak to many Filipinos and they will tell you something striking. This is not just about providing for their families, it is also about seeing the world and being part of it. And in doing so, Filipinos have become more than just migrants. They are now a vital part of the global workforce. The Philippines is thousands of kilometers from the Middle East, and it may not control the oil that passes through these waters, but its sailors are right in the middle of an escalating conflict. Jamela Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Well, Asian stock markets have continued to tumble. That's as the war in Iran and the disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz drive up oil prices. Several governments are being forced to implement measures in an effort to curb the fallout. Jack Barton has more from the South Korean capital, Seoul.
Asian stock markets are now in a familiar pattern since the crisis began, with incremental losses every day, particularly in economies like Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, which have exports at the backbone of the economy and are heavily reliant on imports of resources, particularly energy for transport, but of course for petrochemicals to make all of those products. South Korea has initiated a series of interventions, with the president rolling out a price cap today for refiners, though so far no price cap on fuel at the pump at the service stations, though the president saying officials will be keeping an eye out for profiteering. He's also released more than 22 million barrels of reserves to help ease the burden of the refiners. That's coming from the government stockpile. More controversially, he is also rolling out a stabilization fund for the stock market. Controversial amongst market analysts because they say there's already too much government money in the market. It is scaring off investors, and adding more money is just going to create more nerves within the market, not ease them. However, polls repeatedly show that the majority of South Koreans approve of what the president is doing. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Now, India imports nearly 90% of its crude and half of its gas, much of it from the Middle East. The government insists there's no shortage, but it has imposed restrictions to protect household supplies. Around 20% of restaurants in Mumbai, the country's richest city, have closed down. And that's causing panic in some areas, as Rebecca Bundun reports from Mumbai.
Queues like this one are forming at cooking gas distributors across India, as worries grow about supplies. Despite the Indian government's assurances that there's no need to panic, some residents say they're already finding it tough to fill up their liquefied petroleum gas or LPG cylinders.
And unfortunately in India, where we work on cylinders, we don't have a pipeline, we're struggling.
We've come here for the cylinder. We're hearing the supply of cylinders will get stopped.
Most Indian households use LPG for cooking. Homes like this one use at least one cylinder a month. The government has increased the wait between ordering cylinders from 21 to 25 days to try to control supplies. But concerns are reportedly fueling black market sales. India depends on imports for about 60% of its LPG needs, and most of this comes from the Middle East. But with shipping through the Strait of Hormuz disrupted by the Iran conflict, the government has invoked emergency measures, giving priority to gas supplies for households over industry. As a result, this 70-year-old restaurant in Mumbai is one of many feeling the heat from the conflict. It hasn't received any LPG cylinders in a few days, and its gas has almost run out. The brothers who own the restaurant have cut their menu in half and turned to electric stoves, but they're costly to run.
Of course, we are worried about the business. We are worried about it. So we have the 15 staff here. They are also dependent on us.
India is ramping up domestic production of LPG and seeking alternative import sources. But with supplies under pressure as the Middle East war escalates, both households and businesses are braced for impact. Rebecca Bunzen, Al Jazeera, Mumbai.
Hezbollah in Iran carried out their first coordinated attack on Israel on Wednesday. It's prompted speculation that Yemen's Houthis could also get involved in this conflict. They have previously carried out strikes in the region in support of Iran. Yusuf Mari reports from Sana'a.
On the streets of Sana'a, people are going about their daily lives, seemingly unaffected by the conflict in the region. Some tell us they don't want war, but war always seems to find Yemen. Mirshid Hassan agrees, but he says his biggest concern is not the threat of strikes from above, but the threat of more US-backed sanctions.
We care greatly for our nation. We are not afraid of war, but fear the consequences of war, such as economic blockade and having limited access to basic necessities.
We asked Mirshid if he is considering moving to a safer location.
If we moved every time we hear of a potential war, we would be moving every other day. I know many people who still live in homes that have been destroyed by previous airstrikes. In any case, the US and Israeli are known to target everyone and anyone, wherever and whenever.
And now, the possibility of war may be closer than he thinks. Members of Ansarullah, also known as the Houthis, have expressed their willingness to strike US and Israeli assets in the region in support of Iran. Such a move could be significant. The group has previously demonstrated advanced capabilities, including launching hypersonic missiles that have reached Tel Aviv. The armed group does not need to fire a missile at US military bases to enter the war. Instead, they can resume a blockade on all US and Israeli ships in the Red Sea. It would likely be considered an act of war, one they have carried out in previous conflicts. For many Yemenis, like Mirshid and his family, this means being prepared and stocking up on supplies. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
For years, Lebanon was a refuge for Syrians fleeing conflict. But now Lebanon is struggling to find shelter for the hundreds of thousands of people who've been displaced by the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Thousands of Syrians are now crossing the border back to their home country. Ubaida Hito met one family at the Arida border crossing on the Syria-Lebanon border.
The bridge connecting Lebanon and Syria at the Arida crossing has become a bottleneck. Like many other people, Amal fled fighting in Syria in 2015, only to return with her children as Israel intensifies its war in Lebanon.
We barely made it out of there alive. I told the kids to hold each other's hands and not let go and kept walking.
The Syrian government says more than 80,000 Syrians have fled Lebanon to Syria through one of 3 land crossings since the U.S. war on Iran started on February 28. According to the UN, 43% of the returning refugees are children.
I want to go back to Syria to study. We can't live in Lebanon. We work so hard and for nothing. Then a few days ago, we heard the sounds of rockets and we decided to come back. We were scared.
Israel's attacks on Lebanon have made thousands of Syrians refugees for a second time, and they're returning to a country that's still trying to rebuild after more than a decade of its own war. In 2024, Israeli airstrikes damaged the bridges between the two countries, but the Arida crossing reopened on Sunday, fast-tracked by fighting in Lebanon.
Amal decided to flee with her children by foot with only what they could carry.
I didn't flee from one war to get stuck in another war. Syria is the most beautiful place. We're so happy to be back. There's no better feeling than to be safe in your own country.
After negotiating a taxi and a bus ride to Homs, Amal is exhausted.
I finally made it from Lebanon to Syria. I'm so happy, even though it was so tiring. It's a miracle we made it. Now I'll go from Homs to Qamishli. Nobody likes war. War is scary and ugly, especially if you have kids. You're always worried about them.
Amal and her family are only at the start of their journey. They still have 600 kilometers to go to reach a home they barely know. Obaidahito, Al Jazeera, the Syria-Lebanon border.
Let's take a look at some of the other global stories making headlines. Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says officials have held talks with the U.S. government over Washington's oil blockade. The island nation relies heavily on energy imports, particularly from Venezuela and Mexico. The Trump administration has cut off shipments from Venezuela and threatened tariffs on any country that sells oil to Havana. No fuel shipments have reached Cuba in 3 months, deepening an already severe economic crisis. Officials say dwindling reserves are making the national electrical grid increasingly unstable. Ukraine has struck one of the largest crude oil hubs in Russia. A large fire broke out at the Tikhoretsk oil depot located in the south. Russian officials say that fire has now been extinguished. The hub is a major oil transshipment and pumping station supplying Russia's southern regions and Black Sea exports. The Afghan government has accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes in overnight airstrikes. A spokesman says military aircraft bombed Kabul and the southern province of Kandahar, killing women and children. It's the latest flare-up in months of hostilities between the neighbours. Pakistan says Afghanistan supports armed groups that carry out attacks on its territory, an accusation Kabul denies. The Netherlands and Iceland have joined South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Both countries submitted arguments on the case, which accuses Israel of committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Iceland and the Netherlands say that forced displacement and harm to children could be significant factors in the case. In Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional officials say they happened in several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week. At least 50 people are missing. Rescue teams and volunteers are searching for survivors. Drought has pushed entire communities in northern Kenya to the brink. Repeated failed rainy seasons have wiped out livestock, their main source of livelihood. With traditional water sources drying up, the government is now turning to vast underground aquifers that remain largely untapped. Catherine Soy reports from Turkana County in northern Kenya.
People in the village of Kainama say they've not received humanitarian aid this year. They thought we were bringing food. Many say their goats and sheep have died after successive prolonged droughts in Turkana County. An elder leads the community in prayer, asking for rain.
We are suffering from hunger. We don't have water. Our livestock have died. We have nothing. We used to burn charcoal, but there are no trees anymore to do that.
This woman shows us what they rely on for food: wild berries with little nutritional value. They take us to their only source of water. It's drying up. Hundreds of people, along with their livestock, share this well. The women come from different villages and they walk for several kilometers to get to this watering point. And sometimes there's no water, so they have to wait. The water itself is quite dirty. Veronica Akalapatan and her neighbors say they've been here for hours.
Once we get here, we dig up the water from the well. We collect fruit. We wait for the water to fill the well. We take turns to fetch it because there's so little. There are many of us, and sometimes we fight over it.
But hundreds of meters underground are multiple aquifers, layers of rock and soil containing water, and the government is hoping to tap into these sources. The largest was discovered in 2013. It covers roughly 5,000 kilometers and holds about 250 trillion liters of water. But much of the water is salty and expensive to purify. So the project has stalled.
So the big challenge there is salinity. There are studies that are now currently ongoing for both the Napu aquifer and Lotikipi aquifer. The interest of this kind of study is to, to map areas of maybe freshwater occurrence and then very saline zones.
It's a rainy season in Kenya. Turkana is unlikely to receive much. But when it does rain, there is joy all around. Still, people here know such moments are fleeting. Back in Kainama, Veronica finally returns home. She's managed to collect 20 liters of water for the day. It's barely enough for everyone. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Kainama, Northern Kenya.
A former rapper looks set to become the next Prime Minister of Nepal. His party won a sweeping majority in last week's general elections. Malendra Shah's party secured 182 seats in the 275-member lower house of parliament. Shah is just 35 years old and previously served as the mayor of Kathmandu. That's it from me, Marlene Said. Cyril Vanier will be here in just a moment with more of our continuing coverage.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
Al Jazeera correspondents
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Then another.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
The narrative moves faster than the
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
To question, unpick, and understand how and why the story changed on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Hello, I'm Cyril Vanier. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with our ongoing coverage of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Here's the latest.
We will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy.
The Pentagon chief warns Iran the U.S. will carry out its most extensive attacks yet in the war. Thousands of defiant Iranians, including the president, rally in Tehran despite U.S.-Israeli strikes. Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut. And a barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop
Nearly
on
2
Truth
weeks into the
Talks
conflict,
Live.
The U.S., Israel,
Tap
and
in
Iran are
for
insisting
real
that they are
news
prepared
where
to
your
keep the
voice
fight
matters.
going. More than 1,300 people have been killed, and the global economy is starting to feel the impact. The U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has promised the highest volume of strikes against Iran on Friday and insists the war is going in America's favor. Some of those strikes
We
threaten
will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
Some of those strikes threatened rallies in Tehran. At least one woman was killed by shrapnel, according to Iranian state media. one strike interrupted an interview with Iran's Chief Justice.
ما می‌خوایم با مردم در کنار مردم تا آخرین نفس و تا آخرین لحظه در مقابل اونها بایستیم. مردم از این تاپوها نمی‌ترسن. مردم ملاحظه می‌کنن. در زیر این باران و در زیر این مکعب‌ها.
And in the Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping lane for oil, the Pentagon was unable to give a timeline on possible U.S. Navy escorts for tanker ships. U.S. General Dan Kane told reporters that more work needs to be done for that to happen. Well, we have correspondents in Tehran, in the occupied West Bank, Beirut, Doha, the White House, and in New York. First, a report from our correspondent Tawhid Asadi in Tehran on the annual Quds Day rallies in the capital, where the president, the foreign minister, and the head of Iran's National Security Council were all present despite airstrikes nearby.
The third time in the past week, people have gathered in downtown Tehran at Enqilab Square, this time for Quds Day, an annual event to express support to Palestinians and also opposition to Israeli occupation. The event was first initiated in 1979 by Iran's then Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and since then it has been observed every year in Iran and in several other countries. But this year, the situation is totally different. Over the past 2 weeks, Iran has been hit by a sustained campaign of airstrikes carried out by Israel and the United States. On the very first day of those attacks, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed alongside several senior military commanders, an event that dramatically raised the stakes. Since then, waves of strikes have left a trail of damage and destruction, even in many civilian areas. Red Crescent says 20,000 residential units have been partially damaged or fully destroyed, and the human toll continues to mount as war goes on. The escalation comes after another round of war Israel started 9 months ago back in June, followed by a period of increasingly heated rhetoric between Tehran and Tel Aviv. All of that is now fitting into the atmosphere here today. Emotions are clearly high as we speak to people.
Oppression always comes to an end. Injustice will disappear. God willing, we'll stay here until Israel is destroyed. We stand behind our leader. We've come to pledge allegiance to him.
And the demonstration happens as the airstrikes go on.
We are the nation of Imam Hussein, and we are here to show this. They think that by killing us, we will be afraid, that by dropping bombs on our heads, we will be afraid. No, we stand by our country.
The proud people of Iran have shown the oppressive and arrogant powers of the world that the wall of oppression can be broken. Today, with their presence in different squares, the people showed that it is possible to overcome injustice and break the wall of oppression.
For many in this crowd, this event is no longer just about expression of support for Palestinians, but also a show of defiance and resilience here at home. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
The U.S. has confirmed that all 6 service members on board a military aircraft that crashed in western Iraq have been killed. The refueling plane went down while supporting strikes on neighboring Iran. U.S. military leadership says that it was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Al Jazeera's Kimberly Halkett is at the White House. So, Kimberly, we got a new briefing from the Pentagon and the head of the U.S. Armed Forces a short while ago. How are they framing the U.S. military campaign against Iran at the moment?
The Pentagon is framing this war as a success, much like the U.S. president has in his previous statements, including one posted about 8 hours ago on his social media platform, Truth Social. But this is coming even in the face of mounting casualties. As you point out, CENTCOM confirming now 6 American deaths as a result of that midair collision in a refueling incident that occurred with that KC-135 tanker. And we know know from Iran's retaliatory strikes, there have been mounting injuries as well. But the White House and the Pentagon downplaying this. In fact, the chair of the Joint Chiefs saying in a briefing a couple of hours ago that 90% of those that have been wounded have been able to return to duty, given the fact that they say they are minor injuries. So the United States is projecting that this is a successful mission, even trying to make the case that Friday will be another, in their words, successful day, given the fact that they are ramping things up even further.
Kimberly, so 13 American servicemen now confirmed killed. This is in 14 days of war. How do Americans feel about this war, given that the death toll is mounting?
There is growing unease, even as the U.S. president has tried to prepare Americans that there would be casualties. What polling data shows is that a majority of Americans do not support the president's war in Iran. In fact, what they are saying is that they are skeptical that Iran was a threat. And as a result, what we've seen is the White House having to release slick messaging in the form of videos on social media that is styled in a Hollywood style or a video game style to kind of sort of beat the chest of the ordinary American. But what they're particularly targeting with these messages are Republican supporters who are becoming increasingly skeptical, in addition to Democrats as well as independents.
All right, Kimberly Halkett reporting from the White House. Thank you very much, Kimberly. And 8 people have been killed by an Israeli airstrike in the Lebanese city of Sidon. The attack targeted a residential building on Friday. Lebanon's health ministry says 9 others were wounded. And in the capital, Beirut, an Israeli strike targeted a residential building in the densely populated Burj Hamoud district. More than 822,000 people in Lebanon have been forced out of their homes since fighting escalated earlier this month. The health ministry says more than 680 people have been killed. Israel's defense minister has warned Lebanon will pay an increasing price as the Israeli army destroys infrastructure that it claims is being used by Hezbollah.
The Israeli army attacked and destroyed a key bridge over the Litani River that was being used by Hezbollah operatives to transport weapons into southern Lebanon. This is just the beginning, and the Lebanese government and state will pay an increasing price through damage to Lebanese national infrastructure used by Hezbollah to carry out terrorist activities and fire at the state of Israel.
And a new wave of Iranian attacks on northern Israel has injured dozens of people. More than 50 were evacuated for medical treatment after missiles hit homes in Zarazir. That's a village near Nazareth. The Israeli army said Iran launched 2 waves of strikes over a half-hour period. Nora Day is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Bernard Smith is in Beirut. Bernard, on your end, you've been monitoring strikes in the Lebanese capital. What's the latest there?
Well, there were strikes earlier on today in Sidon, down towards the south of Lebanon. 8 people killed in those strikes, and there have been other strikes here in the southern suburbs. We haven't noticed as many this afternoon, but there's still time, and there have been strikes right in the center of Beirut. Israelis saying they're targeting specific buildings linked to Hezbollah, and it's the Israelis that are coming out with the total numbers of strikes. They say they've carried out 1,100 attacks on Lebanese territory since this conflict started. They say that includes 80 multi-story buildings, and they say they've killed 360 Hezbollah members. The Israelis also increasing their area of operation. According to the Norwegian Refugee Council, now it's 14% of Lebanon's territory is under evacuation orders, and it's that's creating that huge humanitarian crisis. 800,000 plus people now displaced from their homes, and growing as Israel increases the area that it says people should evacuate from.
Nor, Israel already has troops on the ground in southern Lebanon. As Bernard is reporting, they've now put a big chunk of southern Lebanon, everything, really the 50 kilometers that are the 50 southernmost kilometers of Lebanon are now under forced evacuation orders. What is Israel going to do there? Are they signaling their next military move?
Well, Cyril, the Israeli Minister of Defense has made it very clear. Lebanon will pay with territory that Israel plans to take and with damage to civilian infrastructure. So the objective here is to take over, to control physically and occupy a land in southern Lebanon as a punishment, according to the Israeli narrative, to the Lebanese government for not forcibly disarming Hezbollah, and in the meantime applying even more pressure on the population, on the Lebanese government by attacking civilian infrastructure like the bridge at the Litani River, like other potential targets. And we've seen this is a pattern that Israel has followed pretty much in all the wars that it has waged on Lebanon and other places.
Bernard, there are two important voices in Lebanon about this and about what Israel is saying and this fight between Israel and Hezbollah. And those two voices are Hezbollah, what are they saying? And the Lebanese government, what are they saying? What can you report on that?
Well, we can report what Hezbollah always says, that it will continue. It's not going to lay down its weapons and it's not going to fight back. It's not going to give up the fight against Israel. But the Lebanese government, led by the president, the prime minister, accuse Hezbollah of trying to collapse the state. And the problem, the challenge is in Lebanon that Israel targeting these areas outside ordinarily, or what would ordinarily be Hezbollah strongholds, targeting other areas, is Israel risks stoking sectarian conflict here. Sectarianism lies just below the surface all the time in Lebanon. And when people who are escaping violence in areas being attacked by Israel end up in non-Shia, non-Hezbollah areas, for example, in Christian areas or in Sunni Muslim areas, there is a risk of creating conflict because people in those areas feel that the new arrivals are bringing trouble with them. And there has been, the political parties in Lebanon have been playing this sectarian card. It's forced the president and the prime minister in recent days to say, we are one country, do not exploit sectarianism, we must stand united. Cyril.
Noor, back to you, and I'm hoping you can give us some context that I think is needed in light of the Israeli statement by the Minister of Defense, when he's saying that Israel will take more land in Lebanon because of Hezbollah's attacks. You know, I was reminded that historically Israel occupying Lebanese territory has fueled resistance rather than ended it.
As it would any other place, occupation is never really met with roses, Cyril. In Lebanon in particular, Israel occupied about 10% of Lebanese territory for 22 years, and it confronted fierce opposition, fierce resistance from Lebanese factions. In fact, Hezbollah itself was born out of the Israeli invasion, out of the Israeli occupation, and it fought alongside other Lebanese factions against that occupation, which ended mostly in the year 2000. There were still some parts of Lebanon that Israel and Lebanon had not agreed on demarking the borders on, but basically that occupation ended because of resistance. Many of the thousands who now call Dahieh home, Cyril, were in fact dispossessed, displaced from southern Lebanon by Israeli bombardment decades ago. This is not a story that the Lebanese would want to repeat, certainly not a story that many Israelis want to see repeat, because during that last occupation, it took a group of grassroots activists, of women, mothers of Israeli soldiers, to lobby for years to end that occupation because it cost too much and it didn't make anybody any safer.
And Noor O'Day in Ramallah, Bernard Smith in Beirut. Thank you very much to both of you. The United Arab Emirates has called on Tehran to stop all attacks by Iranian forces on Gulf nations. Regional partners hosting U.S. interests, specifically military bases, have been repeatedly attacked by Iran since the war began.
So I think you have to separate the U.S.-Israel campaign and its engagement with Iran militarily from Iran's egregious, illegal, and unlawful attacks on Gulf countries and Jordan that had nothing to do with that campaign, and that we're looking for diplomatic de-escalation prior to these escalations that occurred. So let's separate the two.
Let's find out how it's all playing out across other parts of the GCC. Dmitry Medvedenko joins us live from Doha. Dmitry, brief us on the latest attacks on Gulf countries.
Well, one of the main developments today was in Oman. There were two expatriates who were killed as a result of a drone attack on the Suhar province there. And this marks basically the first fatalities for the country in this conflict, which has been going on for almost 2 weeks now. Now, there was also a warning from the U.S. Embassy that citizens must not leave anywhere further than 50 kilometers away from the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Now, in Dubai, we've just heard from Lana Nusayba, the UAE Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. She was saying that U.S. Military bases will not be closed, that UAE refuses to adhere to these kind of demands coming from Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader of Iran. She said that the UAE and other countries are committed to diplomacy, but for that to happen, all attacks from Iran must stop. We have seen plumes of smoke around Dubai today, the government there saying that it was a successful interception of an attack and that there was minor damage caused to the city, without specifying where it was. But from what we have seen from those pictures and from witness accounts, it appears to be right next to the Dubai International Financial Center, the DIFC. And this has context, Cyril, because just around 2 days ago, Iran said that U.S. and Israeli financial and economic interests and companies and entities are a legitimate target after one of its banks got targeted in the previous days. So we've had companies like HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Citibank, and PricewaterhouseCoopers, Deloitte, all saying they're closing their offices, notably in the DIFC, until the end of the week as a precautionary measure. There were also attacks in other countries. Saudi Arabia reporting that it's been downing drones in the east of the country, so-called empty quarter region, where there's an oil field there. This has been going on for days now. Here in Qatar, we haven't actually had our phones blasting with alert messages for more than 24 hours now. However, the government did clarify today that it sends out these alerts when additional precautionary measures are advised to citizens and residents. The flag carrier, Qatar Airways, today also announced that it has converted some of its planes from passenger to cargo to deliver essential goods to the country, like medicines and baby formula, to make sure there's no shortages. Kuwait also said one of its flights came into the airport with essential goods. So countries, Cyril, are trying to adapt to the situation, given that there's no sign of abating of these Iranian retaliatory strikes in the foreseeable future.
Dmitry Medvedenko reporting from Doha. Thank you very much, Dmitry. The Turkish Defense Ministry says a third missile fired from Iran has been intercepted by NATO air defenses. Warnings were issued on Friday at Incirlik Air Base, where U.S. and NATO troops are stationed. Turkey says at least 3 Iranian missiles have been fired into its airspace in the past 2 weeks, though Iran has denied those accusations. Sinem Köseoğlu has more from Istanbul.
So this is the third attack within the last couple of days, especially in March after the war started. It's the same. It's the same style all the time. The Turkish authorities say this missile was launched from Iran. Usually, Iranian side denies those allegations. We heard Iranian President Pezeshkian telling his Turkish counterpart a couple of days ago that these missiles were not Iran's, and he would be deeply investigating the matter. But according to Turkish Defense Ministry, these missiles were this missile was again intercepted by NATO. NATO has air defense systems deployed in Eastern Mediterranean, and these missiles, the third missile, including the third missile, they are intercepted in the atmosphere before they reach to the airspace. And in the visuals that we saw on social media today, those were the burning fragments of the missile in the Turkish airspace. For the Turkish Foreign Ministry, this is something understandable as long as these missiles are stray or they don't target Turkey. However, if it continues, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan said yesterday, we warned the parties, and he mentioned that Turkey is ready for any scenario regarding how the war is going to unfold.
Earlier on Friday, U.S. President Donald Trump issued new threats against Iran. Writing on social media, he said Iran's navy is gone, their air force is no longer. He says their missiles and drones are being decimated, their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. The U.S. has unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today, he says. They've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years. And now he, the 47th president of the United States, is killing them. He ends with, "What a great honor it is to do so," end quote. Joining us from Tehran is Abbas Aslani. Abbas is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, and Lina Khatib is an associate fellow for the Middle East and North Africa program at Chatham House. Lina, you're joining us from London. Abbas, can I ask you first on a personal note, since you're Iranian and you live in Tehran, what's it like right now? We know the Iranian capital has been under heavy bombardment. What has it been like living there the last 2 weeks?
Well, we have had, times that we hear fighter jets flying over the sky here in the capital city or in the outskirts like in Karaj. And in the past couple of days, there have been heavy explosions here in different parts of the world. Initially, they started with, targeting military bases. But in addition to that, we also saw that, schools or hospitals, specifically the one that was targeted in southern Iran, where 170 schoolgirls were killed. And recently, those targets have shifted toward more civilian, structure or infrastructure. And the number of, civilian casualties is, staggering, and it is increasing significantly. And that is the question that why those civilian infrastructures are targeted. Maybe that could be related to the day after, following the failure to bring a regime change by aerial bombardment. Maybe the U.S. and Israel want to make the governance much more complicated and difficult for the Islamic Republic the day after, and the economic problems can emerge then. And the government must be busy rebuilding those infrastructure. In addition to that, there have been some speculations whether there could be a kind of, let's say, limited ground operation by special forces, maybe in the southern Iran, related to the Iranian islands. And there are different, let's say, scenarios vis-a-vis the prospect for the prospect of this conflict. And one day Trump is talking about ending the conflict.
Before we look at the different scenarios and prospects for ground troops, because for the moment that's not happening, let's bring in Lina. Lina, what lessons do you take away from almost 2 weeks of this conflict?
The big lesson is that Iran's military capacity has largely degraded. I mean, on the first day, Iran was launching around 350 missiles, and now the number is a fraction of that. The number of missiles launched is down by 90% since then. Also, we have seen that even though some of the proxies have been activated by Iran, like Hezbollah and some Iranian militias, they have not been able to make a decisive change in the military landscape. So the big lesson learned here is that Iran looks like it can only withstand this for so long.
Abbas, how do you feel about that?
Well, for sure, this is a war. Iran's, military capabilities have been suffering damages, but it is not in a way that it has diminished, because day 2 and 3 of the conflict, Iran, there was a fluctuation in the volume of Iran's missile and drone launches, and that was interpreted by the United States or Western allies as, yes, let's say, the destruction of Iranian military infrastructure. But then, as some military sources have been saying, the tactic was to blind American and Israeli raiders in the region. And a couple of days ago, we had some, let's say, massive missiles or drones being launched toward American and Israeli assets. And I do remember one night for 3 hours simultaneously, Iran was launching missiles and drones, which indicates that, you know, there have been, you know, some tactical reasons for those fluctuations. Despite those, let's say, damages, Iran's missile and drone launches have been sustained, and it's sustainable, and it has continued. But we have had, you know, the change in the shape and the phase of the conflict, and accordingly, Iran has tried to adapt to the situation. For some time, the western borders were bombed heavily. That's why Iran sent, you know, IRGC ground forces there to engage with a potential threat of, you know, Kurdish separatist groups entering into the country. And at the moment, what we are seeing is mostly, you know, it is focused on the civilian structures and residential buildings. Maybe the aim is to bring, to intimidate the public, to create a sense of fear and uncertainty in the country.
Lina, you mentioned that Iran's military capabilities have been heavily degraded, and I think there's no doubt about that. I mean, I would like to point out to our viewers, we're taking the information that is given publicly by the Israelis, by the Americans, also by the Iranians. Very hard to actually get independent confirmation. Still, every bit of information we have points to the fact that, yes, Iran's military capabilities have been heavily degraded. Americans and Israelis say they've hit more than 15,000 targets in this span of almost 2 weeks. But Lina, Iran is signaling that they're not going anywhere, that they can carry on this conflict even in a degraded fashion for a very, very long time, and they can impose a heavy cost on their neighbors and on the rest of the world by blocking the Strait of Hormuz for a long time.
Well, they, of course, will fight till the last breath, because this is not a regime that will want to be seen as surrendering to the US and Israel. Surrender in that way goes completely against the very raison d'etre of this regime. So they will fight till the end. But will they be able to have the same capacity as they do so? No, their military capabilities are degraded. And even when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, Iran itself exports most of its own oil through the Strait of Hormuz, and it is not in its interest to disrupt it fully. We have only seen, for example, Iran plant 10 mines in the Strait of Hormuz, even though it could do more than that. And that's because mines are unpredictable in terms of where they might move with the movement of water, for example. And so Iran will have shot itself in the foot if it were to plant a lot more mines that might be able, that might later disrupt its own trade activity. And so really, I think Iran is quite curtailed and will not be able to sustain the current pace of retaliation.
Lina Khatib from Chatham House, Abbas Aslani joining us from Tehran. Thank you very much to both of you for joining us today.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live.
Reminder of our headlines this hour.
Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Senior figures. Speaking at a briefing at the Pentagon, Hegseth claimed U.S. forces have wiped out much of Iran's Navy and Air Force, along with most of its missile and drone capabilities.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
Including President Masoud Pezeshkian, have been rallying in the capital, Tehran. They are marking Al-Quds Day, an annual show of support for the Palestinian people, as well as a day of national pride in Iran. Airstrikes were reported along the route of the march, with at least one woman killed. Rescuers are searching for survivors after an Israeli airstrike on a residential neighborhood in Tehran. Israel had issued forced evacuation orders for parts of the capital and Qazvin in the north. It says it is
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Described Iran's attempt to block the Strait of Hormuz as an act of desperation. Hundreds of ships remain stranded in the region. Associated Press reporter Inzamam Rashid has more from Dibba in the UAE, just by the Strait of Hormuz.
There are around 1,000 ships still anchored in the water here towards the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz and in the waters around it. 200 of them are oil tankers. You may be able to see some in the distance there, containers just waiting. They've been there for around 8 or 9 days or so since the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively closed by the Iranian military. We know usually this is a very busy stretch of water. 20% of the world's oil passes through it, and around 20 million barrels of oil every single day. There's not been any near those numbers over the last 9 days or so. The only tankers that have managed to get through are, in fact, ones exporting Iranian oil, mainly to China. In fact, Iran has been exporting much more oil than it usually does, and in normal times when the Strait of Hormuz is open. Of course, they have full control here, so they can essentially do whatever they want. And the other ships aren't passing through because there are threats that they will be targeted, and we've seen that over the last few days in particular. Now, the Joint Maritime Information Center has suggested that the threat level in these waters right now is at critical. They've done a risk assessment, and that is their assessment of the waters right now. And we can say that because there have been several attacks by the Iranian military on a number of ships.
The U.S. will temporarily allow countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. The Treasury Department says the 30-day reprieve will apply only to vessels which are already loaded. The move is the latest attempt by the Trump administration to stabilize energy markets. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, as you were just hearing. It is crucial to the transport of oil and gas from the Gulf to their consumers and their customers around the world. On Thursday, the U.S. announced the release of 172 million barrels of oil from a strategic reserve. European leaders have raised concern about the purchase of Russian oil due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. In fact, at a joint press conference in Paris, the presidents of both France and Ukraine warned that the U.S. easing sanctions on Russian oil as a result of the Iran war would hurt peace efforts in Europe.
This easing alone by the United States could provide Russia with about $10 billion for the war. This certainly does not help peace.
As for the Europeans and France, the sanctions must be maintained, and the situation in no way justifies lifting them.
The stock indexes on Wall Street have lost some ground in morning trading on Friday as the fallout from the war with Iran keeps pressure on oil prices, destabilizing the global economy. Al Jazeera's Kristen Sulumi joins us live from the New York Stock Exchange. So, Kristen, decipher the markets for us. There have been wild swings in the last few days. They've been very volatile. You're reporting on it. What are you seeing today?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Today, we're seeing the exact opposite of where we were yesterday. Yesterday, the markets closed lower with oil prices up. Today, the markets opened with oil prices down and markets up. A complete reversal. So what we're seeing is a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility, as you mentioned, and investors basically reacting to the latest news cycle. And the latest news cycle included the suspension of those sanctions on Russian oil. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, saying that the war is going to plan, downplaying the risks of Iran stopping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. All of that playing with investors as they make these moves, not dramatic swings up and down, but swings back and forth. We've been seeing it all week. At the same time, we've had some other economic indicators coming through today that show that growth in 2025, the last quarter of 2025, wasn't as strong as initially reported here. Inflationary pressures continue. So all of that is just rumbling along and keeping the markets sort of steady, but very volatile. Big picture here, I think if you pull back, you'll see that oil prices overall have come down from their peak during this conflict, but they're still higher than they were before the conflict started. So that's important. And also another thing that we're seeing with all of these inflationary pressures ongoing, expectations are now that the Federal Reserve will not cut interest rates when it meets next week. That is something that investors were counting on to happen at some point this year. 1 or 2 rate cuts had been priced into their expectations and businesses' expectations going forward. Now that looks like that isn't going to happen. That just is a sign of concern about where the economy is headed.
Yeah, and Donald Trump had called on the head of the Fed to lower interest rates. He did so on his social media again this week. He's often disappointed by the head of the Fed. It looks like he will be disappointed again. Kristen Salumi reporting from Wall Street. Thank you very much. Markets across Asia remain under pressure as the conflict in Iran and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz send oil prices climbing. Several governments are now introducing measures to contain the impact. Jack Barton has more from the South Korean capital, Seoul.
Asian stock markets are now in a familiar pattern since the crisis began, with incremental losses every day, particularly in economies like Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, which have exports at the backbone of the economy and are heavily reliant on imports of resources, particularly energy for transport, but of course for petrochemicals to make all of those products. South Korea has initiated a series of interventions, with the president rolling out a price cap today for refiners, though so far no price cap on fuel at the pump at the service stations, though the president saying officials will be keeping an eye out for profiteering. He's also released more than 22 million barrels of reserves to help ease the burden of the refiners. That's coming from the government stockpile. More controversially, he is also rolling out a stabilization fund for the stock market. Controversial amongst market analysts because they say there's already too much government money in the market. It is scaring off investors, and adding more money is just going to create more nerves within the market, not ease them. However, polls repeatedly show that the majority of South Koreans approve of what the president is doing. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Threats to shipping vessels in the Middle East are forcing some companies to rethink their routes. A number of ships moving between Asia and Europe are now avoiding the region entirely and diverting around Africa instead. Famida Miller reports from Cape Town.
Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are forcing shipping companies to rethink how goods and energy move around the world. Now, that's where other shipping routes may come in. Instead of moving through the Gulf and onto the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, some vessels are taking the much longer journey around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. But the longer route increases travel by 3,000 to 5,000 nautical miles. That's 10 to 14 extra days of travel. And that means higher fuel costs. In total, this detour adds about $1 million in extra costs per trip. Now, while port authorities here at the Cape Town port say they're ready to handle the additional traffic, ships that may take the Cape route are not stopping at these ports. It would take up too much time and cost more. The rerouting might offer some benefits to African ports, but that will be far short of the extra costs for shipping companies and their clients. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
But joining us in the studio is Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. And in London is Andreas Krieg, an Associate Professor at the School of Security Studies at King's College London. Andreas, first question to you. The United States, specifically the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the chairman of the U.S. head of the Armed Forces, General Dan Kane, just a short while ago, they were giving another one of their assessments of how their military campaign is going. In their telling of it, it is going extraordinarily well. They said that as of 2 days ago, Iran can no longer manufacture ballistic missiles. They're also saying Iran basically no longer has a navy, no longer has an air force, and its volume of missiles is down 90%, volume of drones down 95%. All the indicators are positive from the U.S. standpoint. Can the U.S. completely defang Iran? Do you believe that?
No, the problem here is time and again, Pete Hegseth is giving you operational tactical metrics of success that are not tied into an overall strategy and a strategic endgame, which we still do not have It's clearly no longer regime change, but even regime degradation is not a strategy in itself because we don't know when it ends and when it is actually achieved. Some of the metrics are certainly relevant in terms of ballistic missiles taken out, the program itself being degraded, as well as the launches being destroyed. These are important metrics. But the other metrics to do with its armed forces, the Navy, don't really matter. What matters is to what extent can Iran still use the capacity that it has to disrupt global trade, especially around the Strait of Hormuz, and also keep on disrupting the airspace in the Gulf, because that will ultimately have an effect and shape the global economy. All the rest doesn't really matter because none of this really translates into an off-ramp that gets us to a new equilibrium of stability, which is ultimately what we want. We want to get to a point which is more stable, more secure, more prosperous than what we had 2 weeks ago. And I can't see any of that at the horizon.
But Andreas, I mean, Pete Hegseth did kind of mention it when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which the whole world is looking at. He said, we are not going to allow it to remain closed. So he didn't give a timeline for when the U.S. military could guarantee the safe passage of ships, but ultimately that is still his goal. So if I go back to your point, you know, the U.S. is still messaging and signaling that there is going to come a point in time not too far from now when there'll be no military activity from Iran. At least that's what they're saying.
I don't see it at all, actually. The fact is that the U.S. Navy at this point can't even get anywhere close to the Strait of Hormuz without being attacked, and that would be a massive risk for the U.S. Navy, considering that an aircraft carrier could be attacked, and we've seen one of them apparently attacked yesterday. So these are massive risks the U.S. Navy is not going to take. He's made a lot of contradictory statements. He also made a statement that, you know, it's actually open for business. You can go through the Strait of Hormuz. The only problem is you're going to get attacked, which basically in effect means it's not open for business. The problem isn't really the capability that Iran has. It's the trust, the faith that the global economy, that shipping companies and insurance companies have in actually making sure that freedom of navigation is guaranteed. At this point in time, the markets do not trust this to be the case. It doesn't matter if it's 5 missiles or 10 missiles or just one missile being shot at a single vessel. The ambiguity about this means that markets will not allow vessels to go through without having insurance in place, and insurers don't want to insure. Effectively, it's closed, and no strategy has been put in place to rectify this. And I haven't seen anything in the American planning that suggests they're thinking about it.
Sultan, can there be a win for the region? Again, I'm just taking the words of the American military and defense leaders right now. And they're saying, look, we're doing so well with our military campaign. All this, you know, everybody's impatient right now. Everybody's nervous. The Strait of Hormuz, energy prices are going up. But don't worry, it's only day 14. We're soon going to get everything reopened and the oil flowing through. That remains our goal. Is there a scenario in your view within a day, 2 weeks, 3 weeks where the oil is going through the Strait of Hormuz and the neighbors actually see a win with maybe a defanged and demilitarized Iran?
Well, I think those messages are now being put out in preparation maybe to call an end to the direct attack on Iran. And I know this sounds a bit crazy, but maybe this is the way the Americans operate and the way they're driven by the material gain. This has been a real problem for them. Now, the difficulty for Trump is this, that even if he has now decided that he's had enough, he cannot resupply, he's not interested in taking it any further, his partner, Netanyahu, has not had enough. And Netanyahu is known for his murderous, ruthless attitude. And we now see him spreading into Lebanon. He's not had enough blood within Iran as of yet. And he will not allow Trump to really stop this war. And what I fear
was asked about this at the end of his press conference because this is a joint U.S.-Israeli military campaign. And he said, he made it quite clear in his answer. He said, we decide, meaning the United States decides when the United States stops fighting. We're not on Israel's timeline.
Well, originally, maybe this is how they started. And the hope on the Israeli side was that they will drag the Gulf states into direct confrontation with Iran. Then the U.S. will announce that they've had enough. They're out of here. This is your regional problem. You deal with it and so on. They were disappointed by a number of issues. One of them was the fact that the Gulf states did not retaliate back. Also, they were disappointed that the Iranian people did not, there was no uprising as they predicted at the start. And still, Iran has many cards of pressure. I think the Hormuz Strait is only one. And of course, they don't need huge, sophisticated technology to disrupt the trade. You know, there are millions of small boats that can go around the Hormuz Strait and disrupt the movement. And they still we haven't heard yet from the Houthis and the Bab el-Mandeb, in Yemen. So there are, I think, other issues that are coming, and the Iranians will probably use the Hormuz Strait and the return to normality as part of their bargaining for longer-term security and stability arrangements with the United States. But in terms of...
So you're talking about bargaining and negotiation. You think ultimately that's where it's headed?
I think so. I think after the latest bad news for the U.S. in terms of casualties, which is very natural in the scale of this operation, accidents will happen, and there will be more accidents to happen. What is really at question now is whether Trump will tolerate the Netanyahu factor in terms of human loss. If this goes any further, we'll start hearing about major civilian casualties in Iran, and whether Trump wants to be a partner in the blood of those people or not. Netanyahu does not mind. He does not care. He's already indicted. He's wanted around the world for war crime. He's going to continue. But the question is for Trump whether he's willing to go down that route any further, and whether he has achieved enough in terms of his immediate objectives. He has shown that he reduced the capability of Iran, which is fine. He has now control over the oil flow in a certain way. And I think one of his main objectives is to make sure that Europe is now supplied almost exclusively by the United States, which is something that's happening. And he's allowing other nations to take resources from elsewhere, including Russia. And all of this, unfortunately, is happening at the expense of us here in the Gulf.
Andres, I'm going to have to run, but I do want to ask you one last quick one. You heard Sultan saying, in his view, this ends with some kind of bargain with Iran. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. There is no way that the Straits of Hormuz will get open or be open again by a unilateral declaration by Trump to say, mission accomplished, we're moving away, that's the end of the war. Iran will dictate the terms. Iran will say how and when the Straits will be opened up. And we're seeing already loads of other states making deals bilaterally with Iran to get their vessels through. So from India, Pakistan, Turkey, the Gulf states are negotiating as well. I think this will be probably the way forward, where the Americans will be at the end of a long queue of countries who will already have arrangements with Iran to open the Strait up. The Strait will unlikely open up for everyone at the same time.
Well, actually, I'm reminded now that Iran did message yesterday and signal to the world, by the way, some tankers are welcome to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Just get in touch with us. That's the message they were putting out yesterday, to your point, Andreas. Thank you very much to both of you. Sultan Barakat with us in the studio, Andreas Krieg from London. Thank you. The U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran have had effects far beyond the conflict itself. Satellite-based navigation here in the Gulf has become unreliable, both on the ground and in the air. That's because of military jamming and spoofing of GPS signals. Colin Baker explains how it works.
Position, direction, time. 3 data points that tell the pilot of a plane or the captain of a ship where they are. And right now, here in this region, this data is being disrupted like never before. Look at these maps. One shows ship navigation interference across the entire Arabian Gulf. Another shows the same for aircraft. There's interference everywhere. Pilots, captains, and even our phones read their location from satellites. This is GPS, the Global Positioning System, or one of its equivalents. Now, that satellite sends a signal at 100 watts. From 20,000 kilometers away. That's about the same as looking at a light bulb from 20,000 kilometers. By the time it reaches the ground, it's a tiny fraction of its original strength. A strong broadcast on the same frequency overwhelms it. So interfering with GPS is not only doable, it's becoming a lot more common than you think. Interference from outside sources makes ships appear in unusual locations. Ships in the Gulf have appeared inside Iran or as far away as West Africa. They look like they're spinning in little circles on land. Even personal devices here in Qatar have been confused. It's dangerous, disorienting, and from an insurance or legal perspective, it means shipping logs might include stops in sanctioned countries. And it's increasing. The insurance firm Lloyd's of London says nearly 4,000 jamming events affected nearly 3,000 ships here in the past week. Windward AI, a monitoring platform, says the prevalence and number of vessels affected is now unprecedented. Now, it's not only jamming. Spoofing is another form of interference. broadcasting deliberately false GPS data. Some defense systems and some weapons use spoofing to deceive adversaries, but civilian planes pick it up too. And it's so common, there's now a standard practice to manage it. Commercial pilots flying near Ukraine and Western Russia, for instance, turn off their satellite navigation systems on every flight. And they're starting to do so here as well. If they don't, false signals shift their maps, change their clocks, or even tell them to make a sharp turn suddenly. These navigation systems were built to make aviation and shipping safer. If they stop working, what else is there? Well, a compass and a gyroscope to find position, direction, and time, and a radio to communicate it. Experts say the next generation of captains may have to look to the past to get around in the future.
Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz has stranded hundreds of commercial vessels with their crews trapped on board. That has upended the lives of thousands of Filipino sailors who form the backbone of the commercial shipping industry. Jamela Lindigan reports from Manila.
Around 1 in every 4 seafarers in the world is from the Philippines. They work on ships that carry oil, food, and goods across the world, including through critical choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iran war is disrupting transit. It often takes 4 to 5 years of study at a maritime academy. Training centers like Mariana Academy in Manila has prepared thousands of sailors for international shipping lines. For many of them, it will lead to some of the world's most dangerous sea lanes.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you. Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
To become a seafarer. I work hard to improve myself. I want to help my family after everything they've done for me.
But speak to many Filipinos and they will tell you something striking. This is not just about providing for their families. It is also about seeing the world and being part of it. And in doing so, Filipinos have become more than just migrants. They are now a vital part of the global workforce.
The Philippines is thousands of kilometers from the Middle East, and it may not control the oil that passes through these waters, but its sailors are right in the middle of an escalating conflict. Jamela Alindogan, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Let's take a look at other global stories now. Cuba's president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, says his government has held talks with the U.S. to discuss its blockade against the country. It's cut off Cuba's oil supplies from Venezuela and Mexico, crippling the Cuban economy and triggering a humanitarian crisis in the country. President Diaz-Canel says talks with Washington are aimed at finding solutions to the bilateral differences between the two countries. No fuel has entered Cuba in 3 months. The gradual decline of diesel reserves and fuel have made the electrical grid increasingly unstable in Cuba. Well, our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, is reporting on this from Washington, D.C. Lucia, Donald Trump was able to bring about what the U.S. and his administration have called behavior change in Venezuela earlier this year. So a former enemy country of the U.S. now working with the U.S. That was, of course, after and on account of the Maduro raid. Could something like that happen with Cuba? I'm not talking about a raid on the Cuban president, but could they effect behavior change in Cuba? That's what Donald Trump wants.
Well, that's what he wants. Cuba is, I would say, a harder nut to crack, perhaps, than Venezuela. They say that they are, and they have recognized today for the very first time that there are talks taking place with the United States, but they say it's about resolving their common differences, not about behavior change. Now, keep in mind that today, Diaz-Canel, the president of Cuba, also announced that they were releasing more than 50 prisoners after talks, he says, with the Vatican, that this was a gesture to the Vatican, but not to the United States. There is still wiggle room. There is room for some things to change, opening up economic possibilities, opening up tourism for the United States. but actually changing the political system of the country or letting, as Donald Trump says, a friendly takeover of Cuba take place is another thing altogether. We'll have to see. But the Cubans right now are not anxious to do that. And in fact, Diaz-Canel contradicted President Trump, who says that these talks have been taking place for a long time and that they're well advanced. He says that they're just beginning, that it's going to be a slow process and that they'll have to see what happens.
Lucia Newman reporting from Washington. Thank you very much. The Afghan government has accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes in overnight airstrikes. A spokesman says that military aircraft bombed Kabul and the southern province of Kandahar, killing women and children. This is the latest flare-up in months of hostilities between the neighbors. Pakistan says Afghanistan supports armed groups that carry out attacks on its territory, an accusation which Kabul denies. Ukraine has struck one of the largest crude oil hubs in Russia. A large fire broke out at the Tikhoretsk oil depot located in the south. Russian officials say that the fire has now been extinguished. The hub is a major oil transshipment and pumping station supplying Russia's southern regions and Black Sea exports. Displaced Palestinians who fled Israeli strikes have returned to Gaza City to find their temporary shelters destroyed. The Israeli army bombed their tents on Wednesday. Israel has continued to carry out attacks across the Strip, despite agreeing to a U.S.-brokered ceasefire last year. The health ministry says Israeli strikes have killed more than 650 Palestinians since the truce deal came into effect in early October.
We returned and found everything destroyed. We have no tents, nothing. Our lives are destroyed. They destroyed us in Shujaiya and our house was gone. We left only with the clothes we had on. We did not grab any clothes. Here now it's the same thing. We have no clothes and nothing left. No food or drinks. Even our children, they're all young.
In Ethiopia, more than 100 people have been killed in landslides triggered by days of heavy rain. Regional officials say that they happened in several areas of the Gamo zone earlier this week, and at least 50 people are missing. That wraps up this news hour. We'll take a very short break, and I'll be right back with more world news on Al Jazeera in a moment.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict without a plan, without authorization for Congress, or even a debate in full view of the American people.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments. On Counting the Cost. From Europe to Asia, countries are searching for alternatives to Middle Eastern oil and gas. What options do they really have? Is Russia the biggest winner? Who stands to gain and who will pay the price if the war drags on? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
It is 16 GMT. I'm Cyril Vanier, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. You're watching our extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
We will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy.
The U.S. Defense Secretary claims the war is being won even as relentless strikes fail to dislodge the Iranian government. Thousands of defiant Iranians, including the president, rally in Tehran despite U.S.-Israeli attacks in the capital. Israel escalates its offensive on Lebanon, targeting several residential areas in the capital, Beirut. and a barrage of Iranian strikes hit northern Israel. Dozens of people have been wounded. Nearly 2 weeks into the conflict, both the U.S. and Iran are insisting that they are prepared to keep the fight going. More than
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters. Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live filters out the noise. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.